you? In some far, far galaxy, there was the space for innovation and ideas where six super founders lived. And they were the ones who decided to create something unique, a powerful force that can disseminate the strength of the space everywhere. And they found the mega director who started leading this project. And their call achieved the most furthest parts of the galaxy, and then the leaders of the world joined them, and they were united by the common aim to create the space for growth where technologies and intelligence changed the reality. And then superheroes came from other super galaxies, and they were 19, and they were supported by 110 chosen ones, and they started acting despite everything, even despite the uh, evil master plans who has been terrorizing the universe for quite a while. And only thanks to coordinated work, strategy, and mutual support of the heroes of the armed forces of Ukraine, our heroes continued their mission. And they acted jointly, and finally OdnoRik was created under the support of air defense protection. It had appeared in the world of innovations. It personified all the best things, and has proven that only joint efforts can create something super global. But this is only a legend. And how it really was, the president of Diia.City United, Alexander Kosvan, will tell us. Hello, everyone. Good day. Today, I would like to start with the words of gratitude to people who have been helping us to gather here, giving us the chance to think about the future, who in fact stand for our country in the front line. And these are our defenders, volunteers, the armed forces of Ukraine, and all the other units who defend our state today. Attention, all present. Let's commemorate the heroes who gave their lives for the defense of our state with a minute of silence. Thank you. Please take your seats. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you. I also wanted to thank you, all those people who stay in Ukraine today, who work, create businesses, and our joint future. And I would like to thank all our partners, participants of the Union, and all strategic partners of Diia.City United. A year ago, we have gathered because we had a problem. Us as a company in Ukraine are dealing with many challenges, and unfortunately, we can't solve all these challenges or issues all by ourselves. That's why a working method is unification. Big challenges are ahead of us, and we can see how it works when the volunteers, the military, and the society unite. Then we can actually create the things that nobody had expected to see in the battlefield, like new technologies, drones, that have changed the course of the war completely. All of this is happening because of unification, because of joint efforts. That's why in our scenario, we also decided to unite the most powerful Ukrainian entrepreneurs of the IT business in order to help the state, help us, as I say it, because we want to live in the state. We want to encourage our businesses to invest in startups in Ukraine so that our teams remain in Ukraine and develop. That's how we are building up the global businesses. But Ukraine is our motherland. We want it to be successful. In order to make it possible, us as businessmen, we realize that if there is a problem, it must be tackled. If it cannot be tackled independently, you have to engage more people, unite, and to do it together. That's why we have united in order to be able to help the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the state, to establish the rules, the laws, the transparent rules that will help our state to grow. I am very grateful to you for your active position, for joining in. And those who didn't do it yet, you're welcome. You can do it for us to be able to change it. It's been 1 year since we have created our union, and we managed to do a lot. We had a few draft laws that were adopted. We had some smaller projects that we were helping out with in different directions to our companies. But this is only the beginning, because our aim is long-standing in order to create the state where we want to live in and work in. Thank you. I don't have much time today, so I would like to pass the floor to the next speaker. Thank you. Co-founder of Strategic Council is invited to the floor. Greetings, everyone. I was given as the member of the Strategic Council of the Unification of the Residents of Diia.City United. I'm not very strong in such speeches, especially when I'm not there in the room and not feeling the atmosphere. All I know is that this type of presentation would be something I would be interested in. That's why I'll be very brief. So first of all, I would like to greet us all with the anniversary of the union. In 1 year, we managed to do a lot of good work, and most importantly, we can say that our union did do their work, and that's thanks to our Natalia Mikolska, who lives with this project and fills it out with the content and energy. Thank you, Natalia. We have established the union willing to popularize, to protect, and not to ruin the wonderful initiative of the Minister for Digital Transformation and the jurisdiction of Diia.City. And we have many things to defend it from. First of all, from the wish of the communists to level everything and to divide everything. We live in a space when it's very obvious that the technological IT companies are choosing the place of registration of their business not on the decision of some state official, but on the feasibility. And we have selected Diia.City, but we could have chosen other platforms. And those who appreciate this and understands this is our ally. And those who don't care, or those who want to take some place behind us, we are showing the red card to them with the entire union. I think that the citizens can be divided into two categories. One of those who ask, what can I take from the state? And others have the question, which value can I bring people in this country, in the state? The maximum concentration of people from the second category is today in the front line defending our country. And there is no possible to measure their contribution to our future. And today we will never be able to say proper thank to them, just like they deserve it. Also, the people from the second category are members of our union in the very vast majority. We are creating values for people. We are doing business in Ukraine. We are creating additional products, paying taxes here, and we are doing everything possible for jurisdiction of Ukraine to be comfortable. I'm greeting everyone with the anniversary of our union. For me and my companies, it's a great honor to be with you under the umbrella Diia.City United. Thank you, and have a productive event. Thank you, Oleg. So it was a very important speaker, and thank you so much today. My name is Liza Burgunova, and I am the host of this event. Today I will be responsible for the dynamics, to be guiding and directing. Thank you. It's nice to feel as a superstar. Today we have people here who do not only live in the times of changes, but people who are creating them. These are not people who just operate in the technological market of Ukraine, but the ones who create it. So thank you for being here today. And now a bit of agenda. We are all businessmen, so let's start. Today we have Diia.City United as 1 year anniversary, and I hope that you noticed the acronym OdnoRik, which is the intent for 1 year. And this is about the year that is marked today by the union. Just imagine, only 1 year ago it was only 6 companies, you know which ones. But today it's more than 110 technological companies. This is a big action in the joint forces. And I would like to thank union for what they're doing. Given the realities, it is very important to remember about support of collections, and today we will support the 3 of them. I hope that these will be the money will be collected that we will provide to Human Center. We collect money for reintegration of veterans. The second collection, it's the tactical medicine, Maria Nazarova, who is known to you as a field frog. She's collecting money for the tactical medics. And the third initiative we support today is the initiative Highlight the Enemy, in order to collect money from Serhia Pratula Foundation together with Uklon. Thank you for what they're doing, and we hope for your support. You can donate using this QR code. Please join, and I'm wishing you a wonderful, well-rounded day. First speaker today will be the executive director of Diia.City United, Natalia Mikolska, the person who is so much dedicated to her work that her wardrobe matches with its colors. Good evening, everyone. Please give a round of applause to you. The fact that we are here today is thanks to each and every one of you. Today we're going to have quotes, and I'm not going to read them. I just want you to have a look at them and just think about something that they inspire you. And these are the quotes of some famous Ukrainians that once were somehow forgotten, or maybe somebody wanted to eliminate them from our lives, but this is just a source of inspiration for all of us. And now let's talk about me. I'm Natalia Mikolska. I'm the executive director of Diia.City United. And there are no big words with Natalia Mikolska information in the street. About Artur Makhno, yes. But in fact, Natalia Mikolska is, as one of the participants of our strategic council say, is the guru. He tells me that you sell yourself in a bad way. That's why today I'm going to tell you who I am and what I am. Natalia Mikolska is the expert for the strategic transformation, the former trade representative in Ukraine. I have prepared the research in Stanford. I consulted the technological business. Before this, I was working in the law firm business. So what I can do best, I am best at transforming businesses and helping them becoming global. Another thing that I can do is helping implementing corporate governance, and my mission is to see the demand of the community and to shape the socially important businesses or projects. Also, I am good at playing football, but that's another story. I have 2 football sons who are football players, and those who visited the first part spoke about the football match, but I do not embroider. And I don't know how to embroider, but I know how to work with the government. I know and I understand that the relations with the government, that is a 2-way street. I am able to conclude agreements about free trade. I am ready to prepare NDA or PSA. all the lawyers know that I still have those skills. And my favorite color is not violet, not purple, but I do have many clothes of this color. And our logotype of our union was selected, and the corporate colors are not selected as my color, but our color is the color of the universe. That's why today we have OdnoRik, and today we'll have a lot of things that could be of space nature, and they will be helpful to us. On the 6th of February 2024, that's the way it was. We have launched officially our union in space, MacPaw space, and that's also a cosmic story. I won't tell you how it was. Nobody is telling you how they made their first million, because the important thing I want to say, without Alexander Konotopsky, it wouldn't be possible. He has gathered everyone, he has engaged me, but this time he has built not the best hardware company and didn't take the post for 10,000 likes, but he has gathered the coolest technological entrepreneurs, and we launched the union. You can ask, why is there an empty chair in this photo? That's where Oleg Horokhovsky was supposed to be sitting, and as always, he had to leave. The cat was there, but then we removed the cat. So I will say the following. In order for an empty chair to be here, you have to build a monobank at least. Let's move further. That's what it all started with, and now where we are today. I do not want to overload you with big speeches about our union, who we are and what we are. But I will give you some statistics because you're all fond of it and we all work with the numbers. We have over 110 companies participants. We have 19 participants of Strategic Council. We have 11 legislative and regulatory amendments. We have our 11 events and 3,200 participants. We have 8 initiated public positions, and I will better develop the laws than preparing the public position for the consideration of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. We are very proud that we have working groups, task forces, where our participants discuss the urgent and systemic issues from tax matters up till education and human capital topics. We had many media events. We have 119 processed inquiries of our participants. That's on how we have consulted you, and we want to hear your feedback. We unfortunately have 3 cases of collective defense, and we'll speak about it separately. It means that the law enforcement agencies, they still pay attention at technological business.
17 or 16 participants in the team. So these are the most important numbers for us. And having Artem Borotyuk on board. So it's, sign up and like us. Unless you do that, I'm not going to continue. Our team is keeping track of that. So because our management objectives for Artem Borotyuk is to get more subscribers. If you please get your mobile devices ready and make some pictures, and then we at least see several subscribers in social networks. It's going to be great if you still didn't do that. I see the phones raised and people tell me that we have some subscribers, because that it's so programmed that the presentation will freeze and we're not going to move. So at this point, let's continue. Thank you for this presentation and the results. The next speaker will join us online. And it's an important person, Professor of Political Sciences and Center of Democracy Development and the Rule of Law at Stanford University, Michael MacPaw. Please give a round of applause. Доброго дня. У вас, напевно, зараз рано, 5 година. Ви нас чуєте? Ми вас поки що не чуємо. поки що.
Let's try again. Can you hear me now?
Так, от зараз чуєте? Чую.
Excellent. Well, thank you for having me.
Дякую, що
First, just
запросили.
congratulate everybody
Я
at
хочу
Diia.City
всіх
United.
привітати, і Diia.City теж.
Even while Russia's barbaric
При
invasion
тому,
of the
що
country
досі відбувається
continues,
ця жахлива варварська агресія Росії.
I cannot believe
Я
how
просто надзвичайно вражений, аж не
inspiring it is to
віриться,
watch you
наскільки
build a prosperous Ukraine
а,
now.
надихає
It
те,
can't
що ви
ignore
будуєте,
the
продовжуєте
Ukrainian now,
будувати
and I just want to
процвітаючу
say
країну. І я хочу
I am in
сказати,
awe of
що
the
я повністю
resilience of the Ukrainian
захоплююся
people
стійкістю
and everybody in the
українців,
room today.
тих, хто
I
зібрався
also want
зараз.
to tell you honestly that I wish my
Також
country was doing
бажаю,
more to
щоб
help you in your fight to stop
наша
this
країна
evil tactics.
допомагала вашій країні,
I said
щоб
that when
закінчити
I
і
was
виграти цю
president,
війну.
and I continue to say it now
Я,
here in the United States when we have our own president,
зараз у
Donald
нас новий
Trump as our
президент
new president.
Дональд
We
Трамп,
should provide a
а
deeper
ми
right more
даємо
effective weapons to
більше і
help
краще
your war
зброю,
effort.
щоб
We
допомагати
should be
вашим
imposing
бійцям
more and better sanctions
і
to reduce who's
накладати
money to finance this invasion
санкції
here at home.
на Росію,
We
щоб
should
у
portray
Росії
our
було
$100
менше фінансів
billions
на
of
продовження
dollars
цієї
of
вторгнення.
frozen assets in the
І от
Russian
у нас є
central bank of
заморожені
Ukraine long ago.
там
We
мільйони
should
від Центрального
designate
банку Росії
Russia a state
давно.
sponsor of terrorism
І це
years ago.
позбавило дуже давно
And now, I
і
want to say
Росію цих
honestly,
коштів.
with the
Ну,
new Trump administration,
в
we're
адміністрації
entering a
Трампа
new phase
ми
of
входимо в
uncertainty in
нову
our
фазу
bilateral
нерозуміння в
relations.
наших
The
стосунках.
messages I hear from the new
І я
administrations are mixed. I hear good things
бачу, що
and I hear bad things.
є новини і
I'm
хороші,
most
і не дуже.
encouraged by the fact that President Trump
Ну,
has
президент Трамп
pledged many times
багато
to help
разів
end what he calls the war in Ukraine.
допомагати
And what
вирішити
I
те, що він
call
називає війну в
Russia's
Україні. А я
barbaric
називаю
invasion and
варварське
occupation
вторгнення Росії
of
і
Ukraine.
окупацію України
That's a
Росією.
positive sign.
Це
To see President
позитивна
Trump engaged on this
ознака, що
issue.
президент
We
Трамп
all want to see things
бере
better.
участь в цьому
I
питанні.
also
Ми
think it could
хочемо
be a
очікувати
positive
хорошого. Це
sign
можливо,
that
це і
Trump has
позитивна
said he is
ознака,
willing to
що Трамп
use
каже,
his
що
personal
він буде
relationship with
використовувати
Putin to bring
свої
about peace.
власні
And for the first
стосунки
time last week, in 10
з
years,
Путіним.
first time last week, Trump said some critical things about Putin, about how Putin was ruining his country. That, I think, is a positive sign too. But regarding any peace deal, the devil is in the details. Just giving Putin everything he wants is not a deal. That is capitulation. That is appeasement. That will not work. Trump needs to help negotiate a peace deal that is a lasting one and a just one. Above all else, Ukraine must receive security guarantees from the United States and Europe. In my view, the only credible security guarantee is Ukrainian membership in NATO. Now, I know my view is not shared widely within the Trump administration yet, but I will continue to make this case. Others are too. And if they are not willing to bring Ukraine into NATO, they must offer an alternative that will guarantee lasting peace. We cannot just stop the war for a while and let the Russian army recover, let the Russian military industrial complex recover, and then launch a new war years down the road. So I cannot predict the components of a new peace deal. And so far, I want to be crystal clear. I see no evidence whatsoever that Putin is serious about negotiations. But I support Trump's efforts to try to mediate an end to the war as long as such a negotiation has Ukraine at the table and is not done above the heads of Ukraine and is accepted by the Ukrainian people. But while I cannot predict the final end to this war, I have confidence in predicting three long-term outcomes for Ukraine. First, Ukraine will emerge from this war as a strong, united, and independent country, stronger, more united, and more independent than before. You already have prevented Putin from obtaining his central war objectives. Remember what he said 3 years ago. He said, for instance, that Ukraine is not a separate nation. You don't exist as a country. He said that Ukrainians are just Russians with accents. I've heard him personally talk about Ukraine in such terms. You proved him wrong. Ukraine's national identity is stronger today than ever before. Putin planned to overthrow your government. He called it denazification. He failed. President Zelensky is president. Your government is still in place. Your parliament is still in power. Putin aimed to conquer your entire country. Tragically, his army still occupies too much of your territory, but he will never annex or subjugate all of Ukraine. We know that now. Putin aimed to demilitarize Ukraine. The exact opposite has happened. He also said he was stopping NATO expansion, yet two new powerful countries have now joined. I have no doubt that when the history of this war is written, historians will record that Putin's Russia lost this war and Ukraine won this war. Second, Ukraine will also become a major provider of security for the rest of Europe after this war ends. Today, you have the best army in all of Europe. You will contribute to the security of other European countries that do not have the same weapons, do not have the same technology, do not have the same well-trained soldiers as Ukraine does today. That's why I'm such a strong supporter of Ukraine in NATO, because it's not just good for Ukraine, it's good for NATO. Ukraine will become a major contributor of security for the entire alliance if we invite Ukraine into the alliance. Third and finally, I feel confident in predicting that Ukraine will emerge from this war as one of the most dynamic economies in all of Europe, especially when it comes to the tech sector, about which you're going to be talking today. Even before the war began, Ukraine was ahead of many developed countries in the world, including my own in some fields, regarding technological innovation. I remember, for instance, the first time I saw the Diia app. Andrei Stavnister from Odessa showed it to me 5 years ago. Just so you know, we have nothing like that here in the United States of America. Nothing like it. You're ahead of us. And tragically, this war has compelled you to innovate faster, especially regarding drones, artificial intelligence, and other military applications of high tech. Ukraine will emerge from this war as Europe's most sophisticated tech hub, playing the role for all of Europe that Silicon Valley, where I live, plays for the entire American economy. And many of you in this room today are already building a modern, innovative, and cool Ukraine. Keep innovating, keep building, keep moving forward. History is on your side. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Professor, thank you so much. Strongly agree and thank you for standing with us against terrorism. Ми продовжуємо.
And let's continue. We see words here. That's part of the team that we formed together with our participants, and also an action plan, plan of tasks and directions of where we're moving. So the next speaker, before I say that, when I often visit IT meetings in an IT company, it's a philosophical question. Who am I? Why am I here? And so let's think about it, about shared action.
Ключем для успіху. Поговорити.
Talk about this. Doctor PhD professor at the Department of Ukrainian Philosophy. Наталія Кривда.
Я ще буду ходити між рядами.
I'm going to be walking here. Okay, hello, dear audience. I wanted to talk about Spilna Diia, shared action, which is an archetypal behavior model for Ukrainians. The way we were shaped as a nation and why the history of culture can be the reservoir, storage of different archetypes where we can draw source of our resilience. Not necessarily program us for the future, because innovation is in creating something new. But the feeling of the dozens and hundreds of generations behind us has to give us the feeling that we're not alone in this world. At the end of April 2022, in American analytical publication, The Atlantic, there was an article of military analyst Mr. Ackerman. Anyone who reads military analytics knows Ackerman, and he said about three main advantages that Ukrainian army prevented the fall of Kiev in 3 days, and one of the reasons is the reason of messianic nature of this war. That's the term they use. They think that the feeling their own ownership and responsibility of each person here, from lieutenant who returned a tank, a school director who evacuated children, the museum overlooker who started to save and rescue pictures before the administration responded. So this horizontal feature of self-organizing society is the key reason of Ukrainian advantage at the start of the war. And I was a culture student. I was thinking, is this a new phenomenon? Have we just learned it? No, our entire story and culture, history and culture, always said that the most successful projects we made were horizontal. For a long time, we were half stateless. We were occupied or annexed by other empires, Russian, Hungarian, Austrian, Soviet empire. So this vertical of authority were often not accepted by the people. But horizontal connections, that's very typical and normal for us. The simplest type of behavior like that is the meeting, the city council, the the congregation of people, of citizens. Kievan Rus is the most ambitious project of Kievan dynasty Rurikk. Don't forget that because there is Russian propaganda. I even know who's the author who spreads that the Rurikks had nothing to do with Ukraine. So Kievan Rus, the dukes who wanted to be part of Europe and became part of Europe. When the war is there, the local duke forms his crew, his court. But the people also so they group into packs and voy, and the voy, and then they said the title of the location where they are. So territorial defense forces, self-organized. 13th century, Kiev was destroyed. Terrible ruination. The only hope is that recovery and restoration is going to happen slowly. So we will restore everything, believe me. The way we were destroyed and eradicated previously, nothing can compare. Kiev was in ruins, and still it was restored. So Kievan Metropolitan, he didn't return to Kiev. He returned to Volodymyr and Klyazma. But until mid 15th century, even in Volodymyr and Klyazma, he will be called Metropolitan of Kiev, and then Moscow will cut from them, and he will become the Moscovian Metropolitan. This Metropolitan clergy will be later invited to Holy Synod. So to be an initiative, to become a new subject, a new actor, if another cultural actor cannot fulfill this function, that is also in our nature. So this connection between Kiev and college is about the heritage of Ukrainian tradition. No Ukrainian hetmans, because your children are learning that in school. No Ukrainian hetman was talking about creation of independence day. They were talking about restoration, because both Khmelnytsky and Skoropadsky and Mazepa and all the others, they felt themselves the inheritors, and he was talking about the glory. So they were restoring the church, not far from Lavra. It was in restoration and repairs for a long time, and he's drawing this picture, this fresco of himself on the same level or a bit lower than the God level, but on the level of Duke de Volodymyr. He feels that he is an offspring of this tradition. So we are always about horizontal action, The brotherhood movement from 16th century, where brothers from church to church were publishing, printing their own books, teaching children, founding schools, and through this personal connection, through this personal involvement and journeys, that's were the stitches that they laid on the country and nation. 19th century, Prosvita community in Kiev and Lviv. It's a network organization, but intellectuals themselves were far in between. They were locally making grassroots organizations, reading books, listening to music. Lysenko was visiting the Linsford sisters in Kiev and playing the first Ukrainian opera to them. Symphonic music, academic music, Ukrainian academic music way before the independent Ukrainian state. So the network of these cultural institutions has kept the degree of Ukrainian nation, allowed us to exist. The Cossack movement was built and also and like a network. Ukrainian insurgents army, the 60s, they destroyed Renaissance. So we were destroyed and eradicated, but the ability to network allowed us to survive because even if you destroy one or several centers, other centers will be recreated. So there was an interesting quote I would like to offer here. We are not a vertically oriented society. We always were a horizontal network like rhizomes or fungal neural network. That's the way our nervous systems and our brains work. For the first time, in these 30 years, for the first time in millennia, we have our own state. So we have to own that power. It's our authority, so we have to own our authorities. As a civil society, we can and should keep a sharp eye on what the government do, and whom we trust, important functions. So they should be part of our community, not standing outside of our community. So being able to rule by the hand, but also have a helping hand, like Zaporizhsky, Gdansky, they enter the Kiev Brotherhood School, and throughout these handshakes, there was the core of the new Ukrainian nation between the college and Kiev, Chernihiv and Lutsk, Peremysl and Siednev. That's the that's how our ancestors were walking around with printing boards. Internet is our new printing board, like 300 years ago. So don't believe anyone who tell you that we can't unite. We can unite. We live by that. That's our strength. And the last quotation, if I may, I'm going to read you this, and I'm going to tell you which year this quotation dates back to. To drive away enemy, to pacify neighbors, to cure famine, and make our kings humane with our people, make them wise, keep our wealth, to rescue men, women, and children, those who are in captivity or on the raid, in prison, in famine and drought, to pacify them, to give them joy, both body and soul, and let's be merciful for the United Nation together and joyfully. 1337.
Дякуємо.
Thank you so much, Natalia. The scale of the charisma and super simple task of to act jointly. And our next speaker is responsible for some very important work, and that is making forecasts on the venture markets. And online we have Head of Endeavor Catalyst, Nina region, Global Venture Capital Predictions for 2025, Yana El Dirani joining in.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an amazing pleasure being here.
Sorry,
Your
one
previous
second,
speaker was
one second. Oh, yeah, great. So, can you proceed now?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure being here. Thank you for inviting me. You can probably tell from my name that I am Ukrainian. I'm half, actually. And your previous speaker was very beautifully emotional. Unfortunately, I will disappoint you. I will be very practical. Today, I wanted to introduce you to Endeavor and Endeavor Catalyst and our global predictions for 2025. So allow me to share my screen to show you a few things. Could you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So what is Endeavor Catalyst? Endeavor Catalyst is, sorry. There we are. Endeavor Catalyst is a global investment fund. We're a VC arm of Endeavor. So we invest across 6 regions, and today we cover over 35 emerging markets. And what Endeavor actually is, Endeavor is a global mission-driven organization. We very recently have proudly set up an office in Ukraine, which is amazing. Svat, our MD, should be sitting in the audience right now. And what we do is we support high-impact founders across all of the emerging markets. We believe emerging markets is where the growth is coming from and where founders need the most support, regardless of what the situation is there. So we started in 1997, so 28 years ago, out of Latin America. Today we cover Latin America, Middle East, Southeast Asia, Africa, underserved parts of Europe, and the underserved parts of the US. So this is just to give you an idea. In our universe today, we have over 2,600 founders that cover approximately 1,600 companies. Those founders and those companies have created 4.1 million jobs and have annually had over $65 billion worth of annual revenues. This is just to show you today, as Endeavor, we have over 600 team members, and we cover over 45 countries. And we're looking to expand more, just like we expanded into Ukraine. We're looking to expand more. And tough macroeconomic conditions or tough geopolitical conditions or unfortunately war actually don't scare us, because we believe very strongly that it's not the big corporations that change countries and economies. It is those small entrepreneurs that are very resilient, that are very determined, and that are very driven to change countries, economies, GDPs, create a middle class, create jobs. Those are the ones that we want to support. So let's talk about our top 10 predictions for the year. The very first one we'll start with, so because we cover all of those regions, we'll talk about all of the regions globally, right? The very first one is about the Middle East. What we have seen is a very big drive of the Middle Eastern economy, specifically the GCC countries, so Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and so on, to go away from the oil revenue and actually diversify. There have been tremendous regulatory reform, tremendous tax breaks, and actually sovereign wealth funds investing either in funds that are willing to deploy money in the region or indirectly in companies. But one thing that we have seen is we've had a gap in the region, in the Middle East, a gap of growth stage financing. So Series B plus has been very difficult for our founders to find capital for. What we have noticed in the last year, so in 2024, we had big giants like General Atlantic and TPG setting up offices in Abu Dhabi and in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So General Atlantic, for example, are our partner for a long time, and they manage over $80 billion in assets. So we believe more and more funds will start coming in as they see the gap in growth and as they see the potential of the founders in the region. Okay, typically what we have seen is whenever we talk about AI, it's always either Silicon Valley or China? More Silicon Valley than China. Well, what we have seen is in the last year, US was leading the market with 30 deals that were valued at $100 million and above. So the value of the deal that was raised. But Europe was actually very close behind with 14 such investments. Because of the availability of very strong talent in the region, we have seen. Do you want me to stop?
No, we want you to continue. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. We have seen the emergence of strong AI companies out of Europe, and we believe that this trend will continue. So we have 11 labs out of Poland, valued a unicorn now, valued at $1 billion plus. A Druid from Romania, and then there's also companies that are helping the AI infrastructure and supporting it, like Submer from Spain, which creates data center cooling, because we are seeing more and more AI needs, and specifically in the European market. Bitcoin, something we really like to talk about, right? It's above 100,000, and I guess that's great for whoever invested early on. I'm not one of those people, so unlucky for me. But the reason we believe Bitcoin will hit $150,000 because the same trends that have fueled challenger banks like Nubank out of Latin America or Time Bank out of South Africa, being so digital adoption and demand of the population for accessibility and regulation going towards it, those will also drive the adoption of cryptocurrencies. We believe crypto helps with financial inclusion of populations that are otherwise not, and cross-border transfers. So crypto and Bitcoin, not only Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is one of them, will disrupt the costly remittances by people like Western Union. And we believe regulation will be coming into the market, but in a more clear way rather than stopping the crypto trend. And that's why we believe Bitcoin will be going up, but fueled more by the emerging markets rather than by the US as well. So typically what we've seen is space has always been dominated by the US, right? Which was good at some point, but now it's time to give space to someone else. And what we have seen is that space exploration will not be left to the US guys anymore. We want part of it as Europeans. And we've seen in our personal portfolio as Endeavor and Endeavor Catalyst, we've seen in more and more space exploration companies coming out of different regions, more concentrated in Europe, but we've also seen some from Latin America. So for example, one of the very interesting ones is ISI, that it's coming out of Poland, delivering persistent monitoring capabilities to detect and respond to changes in any location on Earth through its satellite constellations. Deorbit from Italy as well is a very interesting example. We believe this trend will continue. AI is supporting with that. Talent is there. The cost is being taken down, and that's why we will see more and more new players in the market. One thing we've been very focused on as Endeavor and Endeavor Catalyst, because we operate in emerging markets, there's always a question, okay, how do we exit? Fine, you get access to the best deals, to the best companies out there in those markets, but how do you exit them? Of course, there's the traditional M&A route. IPO was always challenging for the emerging markets. The Latin American companies always had a more direct line towards the New York Stock Exchange, but there has been a drought in the last few years everywhere in the world. What we have been seeing in our portfolio is there are several upcoming IPOs and key players, but what's more interesting about it is that they are looking, so Southeast Asian players, Latin American players, and Middle Eastern players, they are looking more at local hubs to go public. Part of it is to support the local ecosystem and allow for more liquidity in the market and more action. But the other part of it is it's less costly and it's more friendly for those companies like, for example, a fintech company out of Egypt, MNT Halan, it's a unicorn. They're considering going public soon. We have Tabi, which is another unicorn fintech out of the UAE. They're buy now, pay later. They have also expressed interest in going public. within the next 18 to 24 months, and on a most probably on a local stock exchange. So as you see, there's also healthy competition being created, and companies like Mercado Libre or Nubank that come from emerging markets that today are valued at over $50 billion each are giving an example that it is possible to have a decacorn, it is possible to be successful and list on a stock exchange.
Jana, sorry, we are running out of time.
Sure. Would you like me to? I can stop here if you'd like.
Final comments.
Sure. Let's look. I think maybe not about the trends, but maybe two words about Ukraine. Since setting up the office in Ukraine, we've been looking. Even though I don't cover that market, but I have a good relationship with the team that does. What we have seen is the founders that are coming out of the market are not thinking small scale, how can I cover only my market, but are thinking automatically, how can I scale? How can I make my company more global? And that's amazing. We have fantastic examples like Preply, like Grammarly, coming out of Ukraine, and amazing, specifically given the situation.
Thank you.
Best of luck to our endeavored Ukraine team. Thank you.
We appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much. Колеги, ми продовжуємо.
Dear colleagues, let's continue. For all those who have joined, we are happy to greet you here. So what we are talking about is we are, of course, summarizing, but we're also having a wonderful and comprehensive reflection in order to be able to build up future plans and define the trends that will guide us this year, or the trends that we will establish ourselves. Also, the technical moment.
You can take your mics at the registration spot. Please join us, and you will be following us on all we're saying with simultaneous translation. Thank you so much. А ми продовжуємо, і продовжити я за...
And let's continue, and I'm inviting the person who didn't finish their speech, Natalia Mikolska, the executive director of Diia.City United. She will continue speaking about the actions of the union and the plans. Thank you, Natalia. Yes, I will be on the stage for a few more times, but for you not to be sad, and since it's in the DNA of our union, we want to give back to the ecosystem. Today we are talking about the technological trends, and I will also be telling you a lot about our union. The phrase I would like each of you to pay attention to, because entrepreneurs, when somebody talks about their goals and what they are going to do, it sounds something fantastic. And because indeed that's about things that drive people today. And what drives people, as Alexander Ruslan said, to stay in Ukraine and to keep on working and developing their business in Ukraine. I want to dedicate 1 minute of gratitude right now. I would like to ask our participants to get up. We have 110 companies. Please give the round of applause to you and yourselves that you are with us. Thank you all. In fact, you do not understand how much you inspire our team. We know how not easy it is to create business, especially during the war, and how difficult it is to be selling your products at cool global markets. We are proud of the achievements of each of you. When we see the announcement about your rewards, we have hooray in our office and applause, because we think that we are more than a union. We are like a cool community of fantastic people, 110 companies. We started with a pretty small quantity, and each team is the brand we are proud of. We have big technological companies with us who give back to their ecosystem. We have the scale-ups, we have startups, and the number of startups increase. We have venture investment funds with us. We work completely with the ecosystem, and international technological companies are joining in as well. And we have educational establishments cooperating with us, and we are very proud with every of 110 companies, and thank you for being with us. We have an ambitious goal for the next year, and so later on we will ask you for something, how to bring your friend to M&M and to get something for this. But let's talk about another thing that we are proud of, and that is our strategic council. I do not know if any of you have experience of work with boards, but I have the coolest board ever. 19 most successful leaders of Ukraine and of international companies is our brain and financial center. I'm emphasizing on it being the financial center because these are people who are investing not only time and money in development of union. I, in fact, want you to give them applause because they spent much time and efforts and resources on promoting our union. In the alphabetical order, we have with us the President of the Council, Alexander Kosovan. Volodymyr Mnoголетний, somewhere in the room. Oleg Horokhovsky, you saw online. And then we have Samvel Command with us, who joined us recently, a technological entrepreneur, you know, from many projects. Artem Borodatyuk, who will, just like some will be here today. Denis Гороховий, Dan Dmitrenko, Roosh, Fedor Drozdovsky, Megago, Dmitro Uklon, Igor Zhdanov, Riddle, Artur Michno, big board, you saw many big boards with him. He will be here today. Volodymyr Nosov, YBit Group, Alexander Konotopsky, Ajax Systems, Nazary Korочка, Villa Group, that will also be here today. And Roman Prokofiev, Jubal, Mikhailo Shalemba, DVL, the agreement of the decade, Shvalova, Hanna, and I promised at the end to give you a surprise. Our union is the coolest of the coolest because we have, as a member of our strategic council, the founder of a big international company, Sasha Mikhnov from Glovo, has joined us, and I will put him online now.
All, a big happy birthday for Diia.City United's first anniversary. I'm really sorry I can't be there with you today. Unfortunately, I had to be in Barcelona. In fact, I'm in Glovo's headquarter offices in the Barcelona. And funnily enough, on my floor, where I work, all the meeting rooms are named after cities in your wonderful country. And today, I'll be talking to you from where other than Kiev. It really gives me great pride to be a strategic board member of one of the top tech communities in Ukraine. I understand I'm the first foreign person to be invited, so it gives me even additional honor around that. And really looking forward to collaborating. I'll be using whatever I can to promote Ukraine tech ecosystem around the world, especially in Europe, attracting investors, tech investors, to realize that they can build sustainable businesses. And just a reminder, Ukraine Tech Day, we'll be celebrating it in Barcelona on the 5th of March in our offices. We'll be doing a large event for the tech ecosystem from Ukraine. Well, it's around the Mobile World Conference, which is celebrated every year in Barcelona around those dates. So hopefully, if some of you in Barcelona can attend, please come by Yellow Park, which is our headquarters, and I'll show you all our amazing meeting rooms, which are named after your beautiful cities. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you soon.
Well, and our union would have never be so cool without our team. We can be like this, we can be like that. We can be different because we and us, we are all part of a big movement, and we feel the great mood and the vibe that tech ecosystem lives. We know that when we had suspended the reservation from conscription. Everybody was thinking how to do about it. We know that then there was a criminal case against someone of our members. Our office was not sleeping, everybody waiting and working. We can be called 24/7 whenever someone is removed from the train, and the border guard requires some stamps. So we are there for you. I want my team to stand up so that you can see it. You are all in violet color, almost all of them. You can recognize them. So catch them where you can. These people are to help you, to hear you, and we are trying to do some great work for you. So please give us feedback, good feedback, bad feedback, just anything to say, well, this is, I would like this or that, or you're doing a good job, or what would you like to have. So we are expecting all that. That's not my last emergence on this stage. I am now going to be behind the scenes. You know, there are people, there's a type of people without whom we could not be gathering as entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs created this furniture, their ideas created taxi companies like Uklon, who drove me here. Entrepreneurs created TV. So entrepreneurship is what makes our life the way it is. And it's engaging, interesting, convenient. So we thank entrepreneurs for that. So what is an entrepreneurship code? What is it to be an entrepreneur? How do these people think? What makes them tick when they wake up in the morning? So that's what we talk about. These wonderful people who, in their personality, they embody the spirit of Ukrainian entrepreneurship. So first of all, a person who will moderate and whose activity impacts a lot how we see entrepreneurship in Ukraine. So Boris Davidenko, the chief editor at Forbes, will be moderating our panel discussion. Boris, thank you for writing everything, for documenting everything, writing the history of Ukrainian entrepreneurship. And I want to invite our speakers today. Vladimir Maholetny, CEO and co-founder of Genesis. I see him, he's over there. Also, I want to ask to join Artem Borotatyuk, founder of Netpeak Group. And we're joined by Alexei Movchan, Deputy Head of the Committee on Economic Development. So, thank you and have a fruitful discussion. Thank you. Greetings on this gender non-balanced panel. So what do you do if you're in the same room with two super entrepreneurs? I'm not joking. You know that Tim and Volodya, they create ecosystems of entrepreneurship. And one MP who created the lawmaker, Alexei, who will be joining us, I hope. So I decided to change the rules of the game a little bit. When you are in the same company with these people, it's not just talking about the code of entrepreneurs, relations between business and authority. Let's talk about practical things. Let's write a draft law. Let's see, you are a lawmaker. So decision of NSNDC, what's more effective in our country? Everything works, but you need to be willing to enforce your decision. So the decision of NSNDC, you have two entrepreneurs, they know the problem, and we tasked them to write a software program. 2030, Ukraine is a country of entrepreneurs or businesses. Is that a deal? Yeah. So we take your advice as well. You can fix what our entrepreneurs fantasize about. Artyom is also a lawmaker. So before I run out of time, let's continue. So how to raise the number of entrepreneurs in Ukraine? By which KPI? By 2030? I don't know how many right now. 1,700 individuals and 300,000 companies. But as we've learned from Mikhail Fedorov, forecast is much bigger. So what to do so we have more entrepreneurs? Well, there are many simple advice. One of them is a very simple thing. First step, just do some lessons of entrepreneurship in schools, because there are no such thing as school right now, and I did not know anything about entrepreneurship in school. So to make 1 year some kind of entrepreneurship lesson in school, at least that will be so they at least know that it's good to be an entrepreneur. So to lay the foundation, combine entrepreneurial mindset. Counter argument. Well, we had some gym lessons in school, but we didn't become sports people. You know, Olympics are bringing good results in Ukraine. At least I knew that I could be a football player because we had gym lessons and I played football there. And even were thinking of becoming a football player professionally. So that's the way it works. I know I can be a biologist, a physicist, but I didn't know that I can be an entrepreneur. If you take my case, all my school life, I was selling crackers, printing some business cards in sixth grade because I had a printer, but I didn't know that it was entrepreneurship. I thought something's wrong with me because I'm making money. Okay, so Vladimir, your simple idea, how to increase the number of entrepreneurs. I can be a very popular politician if I suggest to do away with taxes. It's not realistic. But then there will be no lessons. It's a good idea, but it's not realistic. What has to be done, I think? What has to be done is to create conditions where founders and people who work in the companies, they are interested to come back to Ukraine and work. Because understandable, in our industry, it's a huge problem. There are a lot of people now working outside of Ukraine. And a lot of entrepreneurs go away from Ukraine. You got to get them back. How to do it? Well, in terms of founders of the company, what's happening now, we have to do away with what the state is doing. A lot of people are saying that you have to create conditions where it's not dangerous and you can be competitive. Plus, in terms of salary tax or payroll tax, there should be a long-term predictable conditions that don't change abruptly every other day, where a Ukrainian, both an international company could work. So these two things are pretty simple, but you got to have them to have a long-term cooperation with Ukraine. So let's see, how do you assess um, the legal initiatives? And no taxes. For 5 years, I work in the parliament now. So, with all due respect, I don't think it will help. I would suggest a different thing. In this decision of NSNDC, you would increase taxes, right? I would suggest to state not to touch businesses at all. No programs, no special conditions. Just to have tax authorities, law enforcement, a lot of local self-governance or inspectors. Just let people be and let them in peace. So this is the shortest way for businesses to be convenient, at least safe, working in the country. I'm not even talking about missiles and war, but just from their own law enforcement, so that they don't extort money from you. That you could defend yourself in court, that there is a rule of law. And that's the most difficult. It's easy to say, but nobody has done it. Only talking about special programs or something. Well, I love that. So, a ban to touch businesses, right? No, it's not a ban. It's it's more difficult than ban. Ban is just one word, and you ban it. We need to change institutions. If you talk about law enforcement is a huge community, but they want to somehow get their hands on businesses. So what they can do, what they don't have to do. So they don't have to have their own ban to do something that's not within the scope of their responsibility and not go predator mode. And that's where a career Ukrainian politician ends when they start reforming law enforcement. So that's responsibility. If they have responsibility for just opening, initiating a criminal prosecution for fake reasons. If there's no repercussions, they continue. Now you're working like Google X. You do ads, you make many ads, banners. So 100,000 these banners you launch, some of them will work, will stick. They do the same with criminal cases. They rapid fire them as many as they can, hoping that some will stick. So if the company is working in red, and I can't earn, I will not start a company. So another about criminal cases against businesses is foreign currency. It's a universal currency. They can pass it from one law enforcement to another. They can drag. They can increase the bets. So that's the nature of their business. Okay, great ideas. Thank you. So let's check whether our MP is keeping track of what we're talking about, because that's the base. Who's writing laws? All right. So let's see. Say write down this is draft law, and then he says, "Why me?" That's a mini model of our state. So I have record, entrepreneurship lessons, tax, revenue tax, driving down revenue tax. And you also say, let people be, stop standing in their way. So if you initiate a criminal case, but it's not a real criminal case, you have to pay a fine for that. Well, I don't think it will work, but we have to write down specific answers, like responsibility for something we've done. That's one thing. But let us be, that's not something. What is it? What do you mean? What has to be there. And it's just, that's a metal level. That's why you are an entrepreneur and I'm an editor. And remember this meme where the state asks the entrepreneurs, "What do you need?" And they say, don't help us." And the state says, "No, that doesn't work like that." So that's why I say it doesn't work. Got to do something else. So first, LC said we will analyze and reform the law enforcement and only remain the necessary functions, right? It's me talking about the state not interfering into economy that so much. There are clear functions for the state, for any state, and the Ukrainian constitution lists them all. There's a protection, a guarantee for fairness. So the systems are disbalanced. Every entrepreneur has a negative experience with the state. I met Andrei Georgia, who fights for privatization and work a lot with that. So in order to build some more or less adequate system where you can sell public property, it took 8 years of huge work of a team of initiators who built the Prozoro sales system, reformed the state property fund, and other things. But if you're talking about Office of General Prosecutor, it's going to be even more. But if you talk about the system of judges, it's even more difficult. So it's easy to say or to write a document and say, let's not touch businesses. It's much more difficult to build a well-balanced system so that that doesn't have to touch businesses. Right, if that's possible, it's be great. So I was on the way here. I asked ChatGPT, what makes the entrepreneurship develop? How many iterations? It said that this correlates with the index of economic freedom, and this is where we have problems. Ukraine used to be far from number one in this list, and during the war, we have we are lagging far behind. So there are main criteria. So the size of government, how much the government spends, the system of protection of property rights, access to loans, freedom of international trade, free movement of capital, and humane regulation of businesses and work conditions. Maybe let's put such KPI to have this index of economic freedom to be in top 10 in some 3 to 5 years. What do you say? I think still to have this kind of KPI like index of economic freedom. I don't know how to build this index. What is it about? But I think there is a very clear index, which is a country where any entrepreneur wants to live, wants to work, create value, create business. The conditions are there. And these countries are very understandable. I can list you now these countries, like in which countries IT companies are working now. Barcelona, Dubai, Cyprus, and those cities they have their infrastructure. They have necessary tax base, um, all the necessary conditions for businesses. I think you have just to copy that, and that's it. If I were a person who would make decisions how to make Ukraine the best country for companies, what would I do?
Целі, у якої я б писав би, ну, наприклад, Дубай. Що є в Дубаї? От такі податки, така регуляція з точки зору відкриття нових.
What is the regulation from the point of view of business? What are the taxes in Dubai, for example? How much time it will take to open business there, if there is a pressure or not? What about with the investment or mobility of the capital? So actually, there are many things that cannot be changed now in Ukraine. Like, for example, how much, what is the efficient cost of investment? And now it's worse, so people demand, some specific income. And then there are the things that you can just copy paste from some successful countries. If I was responsible for these policies, I guess for the first 10 years, I would just copy paste those things that work well in other countries or cities where the entrepreneurs operate. That is a very straightforward strategy. Artyom, how do we write this down into our decision of the Security Council? We have to create a competitive, no, but not more than one day to generate this Excel sheet, because it can be done, for a very long time. But you are to select top 10 ideas that exist in Dubai, Barcelona, or Cyprus. I completely agree, by the way. that we always try to invent the bicycle, but you can take something that's already working. So take top 10 ideas, approve them on the highest level, and implement in the following 5 years without making things up, without reinventing. I would also add Argentina. That is also very good at this. Yes, yes. So we are to prepare the Excel sheet, and not more than 1 day to prepare this Excel sheet and to be implementing it for 5 years. I will list 5 things because I'm well prepared. And I have very cool tips. This list of entrepreneurs at the present we quite often consult, because the question you asked is not a new one, and I already have some preparations, like 100 ideas, and then there are those that I consider to be the best, and many of colleagues will agree. First, just implement the tax for withdrawn capital as the alternative for income tax. It's a wonderful idea because you will be paying from dividends. So if you do not get dividends, you reinvest and you have a bigger motivation to reinvest. But you will only pay tax from dividends. And this is a super cool, by the way, we have it in Diia.City. And this has to be done on the standardized tax system. That's idea one. I think it's top of the top. And this will increase the level of investment in Ukraine. Second is the import of justice. Just copy-paste the British law. Just copy the British law without inventing anything, not pretending that we know more than they do. Third idea, I think we have to invest in universities, and I would call it change the way the state pays money to universities, not to pay for the students having selected the university, but to pay for the students finding job. This will make the universities work with businesses, making it happen for them to be willing to employ their students, not just teach them. So we replace the process with the result. If you carry out this reform, I think the level of our education will grow higher. 4, it's English, making it a state language. And what about Ukrainian? Second, no, the second state language is English, of course. I can say a lot about this, but the last thing I will say, the simple and controlled migration policy. For example, how many people who arrive from USA and England, they cannot get the right for living in Ukraine? What kind of nonsense is that? How come? We are to create some IT visas, for example. Many people like Ukraine, and there are many reasons why they want to be here. We can become the place in Europe where people come to get freedom, vibe, wonderful services. Europe doesn't have this because Europe is like a museum. We have to take all the best things from there to Ukraine. So these are 5 items. Not bad political program. No, I will not participate in elections. No, I'm not going to be in politics. Alexei, you can take these items. Okay, we'll write this down, right? Yes, I did. As for the economic freedom, perhaps this is not a new topic, and many have discussed it, but we are not a free country. And you can see it not only during the war, but especially when you are having some issues. Because when things are all right, you can breathe easily. But when something happens and you start solving your problems and you're facing the state, that's where are many prohibitions, many things you're not allowed to do and you can't solve it. But there's a positive side to it. It will be a positive side. The war pushed us to Euro integration processes. The parliament and the government implement many things from Euro directives into the national legislation. And it gradually is being refined. So all the outdated things that were invented during the Soviet times, when they did have ideas where to borrow this good experience from, thanks to Euro integration, we get experience of Barcelona and Cyprus and other comfortable for development businesses jurisdictions. And clearly, we have our own Ukrainian successful experience, like Diia.City is a good point that has to be scaled up for the entire economy. A clarification. You said that the Soviet Union policies are being refined, but I think that our legislation, especially in relations with business and state, the state acts with this from this point of view of this presumption of guilt. When the state considers that perhaps Artem is guilty of something, they can come, seize the assets, close the office, and Artem it can take 3 years for Artem to prove that he's not guilty, but it would be too late. So what do we do with this presumption of guilt? A short point. That is a big issue for the entire state, not only for Lias. In summer, I had experience of one communication with high official in the law enforcement agency who was pushing business, and he told me, let's give a worst article to this person and let him prove him not being guilty from the detention center. And he asked me, why do you have so much hatred? And they often think that business, it's like the milk cow that has to be milked. So this has to be changed. And the point about universities can be really good here and to the point. Okay, Vadim, Artem, so you are searching for entrepreneurs, right? And when you find them, you help them become successful entrepreneurs. My question may be a bit philosophical, but me as the person who has been writing about business in Ukraine for 20 years, I do not really believe in mantra that Ukraine is the country of entrepreneurs, that we have so many talented people. Anyway, what can urge people, apart from school classes, to think about the career of the entrepreneur? How can you expand this funnel of attraction of talents to your ecosystem? Frankly speaking, I don't know the answer. I don't even have ideas how to answer this. In my view, the quantity, number of entrepreneurs, it's the culture of the state. How do you change this culture in 5, 10, or 15 years? I think it's almost impossible. Artem said, and I agree with it, that the state must promote entrepreneurship. Because in all countries of the world have this, idea that when the state has many entrepreneurs, it correlates with the level of life in the state. So level of life is a good thing, so that's why entrepreneurship is good. So the propaganda must be in place, but it will not change something tomorrow or in 5 years. It's a huge list that has to be growing. So you're saying that you do something in order to achieve this by your own example, yes? The good propaganda of entrepreneurship. I think if we speak about KPIs, who will be the entrepreneur of the year in Forbes? And that has to be like a national, I don't know, game, or who makes their rates? Is it going to be Taras from Aurora or Olena from Horizon or someone else? And our KPI is to have such rates, How do we do this? How do we make this happen? We need entrepreneurship, not equals stealing. Because once I watched 1+1, and there was Natalia Mostichuk, a presenter, and she had a talk, and I was the entrepreneur. And she talked to me, and she said, Artem, you're an entrepreneur. What do you do with money? What do you do with your money? And I was thinking, why did she think I had that money? I'm giving everything away. We are reinvesting. That's why I speak about the tax for the withdrawn capital, because that's the way we work. So we need to promote entrepreneurship and to change the mindset that the entrepreneur is someone who's stealing. Because in Ukraine, we do not have that many talented entrepreneurs. We have many hungry people, because 30 years only is our experience. We have the individual entrepreneur 5%, and that is a gift. I opened Netpeak as a natural person. On the June the 8th, I have this red sheet of paper. And when I was on my way to open this individual natural person, mom told me that they would put me into prison. Maybe that will happen, but 18 years, it's been okay. So, because the natural person only pays 5% of tax, and this is our mantra, everyone is hungry and only 5% of tax. So we need to have the propaganda stating that to be an entrepreneur is a cool thing. Or I live in the district where there's a home cafe next to the prosecution office. And when you go there, people communicate how they're trying to, get money out of business. So I think this has to be changed, like in the mindset. Yes, they call it investment case. Yes, but I sit next to them just to hear what they are talking about. I can even maybe note down these prosecutors talking to each other when he says, I think they have some course how to do this. And we have to have a opposite course. But most importantly for Natalia Mosичuk not to speak like that on 1+1 channel, TV channel. Okay, they signaled to us that we have run out of time. Alexei, I think that we did not prepare the worst agenda, but did we write anything down? Everything. So your last words are already in the prosecution office. So when do we vote? I think we can prepare the program document. We'll first show to Danila. Okay, thank you. I think if we manage to implement it as 20% by 2030, I guess we will already be like the nation of entrepreneurs. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Boris, for such a creative format. Thank you. From our experience, the entrepreneurs only laugh hard at jokes about prison. Hello, everyone. Greetings. I am ChatGPT that in the beginning has generated Costco for you. When preparing for this event, people sought assistance to me, so I know everything about you, but don't be scared. Haha. Haha. That's my laughter. Evil laughter. I'm kidding. It's just that the next talk is the conversation of the future of the AI. The host, please invite the next speaker, but in a nice way, because these are my friends. Whatever you say. So I would like to invite to the floor Volodymyr Kubytsky, head of AI. Whoa. Thank you for the invitation. And I would like to thank the GPT chat for such a nice introduction that made a nice segue from the topic of entrepreneurship to the topic of the AI. I'm happy to be here with you today, and I'm happy to be opening the quick block that is called the future of AI. Please show my slides. And I would like to now announce the topic I want to discuss today. Maybe it's a bit unexpected and maybe not under the angle we're used to talk about the AI, but it will definitely be such that you will remember, and most likely you will still think about it later on. And now you will see my slides in a bit. ChatGPT is generating it. Wait. Well, I can still talk to you without slides. The topic that I suggest to discuss today and to think about is very brief and very simple. The future of AI, the world we are not ready for. And here it is. So, greetings. My name is Vladimir Kubitsk. I'm head of AI in MacPaw. And today we will talk about the world that, in my opinion, we're not ready for. In order to strengthen the importance of of how quickly AI is developing now, I want you to remember the key technologies that dramatically changed our entire lives. That is electricity, mobile phones, and AI. And let's talk about adoption rate also. So as for electricity, approximately it took 45 years for humanity to move from the first prototype of the electric station Edison for the mass use. And mass use, I mean 50% of households in the US. It took 25 years for mobile phone from the first call from prototype to conquer 50% of adoption. And only 10 years it took AI to go path from the first victories and narrow specialized competition on recognition of images when the up until my speech today and being announced by ChatGPT. But if to be honest, completely, this type of boom and expansion booster happened in the past 3 to 5 years. And all of this is preparation of me and you to the thought that I've been living with for a few years and that I'm trying to think and reflect on. And it's the following. I feel that for the very first time in the history of humanity, we are very close to the moment when all of a sudden we may lose our status as of the smartest kind on the planet. And we cannot imagine the world where the human is not the highest intellectual link among all known to us creatures. Okay, even the screen went off from this realization. Well, in fact, if you actually think about it, then indeed our entire system of values, of relations and existence on the planet is construed based on us as the kind being the most intellectual one among all others. Just think about it. Just think about all the history of development of humankind and the point where you are today. And you will realize that is true indeed. We do not know any other creatures who are smarter than us, but we are very close to this happening. The slides probably won't be shown. Oh, no, I see them. That's good. That's probably something that the AI does. So I state that we build up the world very quickly where we don't imagine how to live.
We have no idea how to exist in the universe where someone else other than a human being is the smartest, and we're moving there very rapidly. What do we do with all of this? I don't have answers within these 4 minutes that are given to me, and even during the 8 minutes I couldn't. But I have a clear understanding that Ukraine and Ukrainians are the best and the quickest to adapt to the constantly changing realities. We are in a situation where we learn to do it with no alternative, and that's something we can offer to the world in the future. I don't have any specific idea of what it should be, but each of us here is creating their small fragment of this new reality. And for example, we at MacPaw creating right now an AI. We create an AI for Mac OS that will be the thing that will help us not to compete for AI, but to use AI to empower us in our everyday opportunities. And it's not just a tool, it's a model of interaction where AI and a human being working every day on the level of concept that nobody else suggests. ChatGPT is an assistant, it's not yet even, but it will not be the entity that will help us and teach us how to live in the world where someone else is smarter than us. We have to learn that yet. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to invite Asan Klimenko, CTO of Zebra AI, which will talk about tech trends and what to expect from ChatGPT. So, please. Hello everyone, I'm Alexander, and I want to start from a couple of numbers. The first number, $100 billion. That's an average assessment of AI startups of venture capital 25. $500 billion is the amount that Donald Trump announced as the future net investments in AI infrastructure in the U.S. $593 billion are the losses from NVIDIA capitalization from the moment of DeepSeek was released. All these numbers are impressive by themselves, but in comparison, we are talking about a very important story here. Just a few numbers more. $257 billion is the cost of space program Apollo. Of course, if recalculated for the modern money. $223 billion is the assessment of the final value of F-35 aircraft, which is the most expensive military development in human history. It's more and more obvious that the AI competition now goes into the sphere of national prestige and security. And of course, the focus of the state on this domain includes the monopolization of the market possibility. For Ukrainian startups, the competition in domain with such fundamental characteristics can seem very naive. Maybe it's because I was born and grew up in Ukraine, but I'm confident that David always had a chance against Goliath, and I want to share my optimism. So let's look at the thesis that not many people would go against. More data and calculations equals better AI. Jensen Huang also said there are three laws of scaling. The first two laws say that in order to have more effective AI, you have to use more data and calculation during the training of the tuning of the models. A year and a half before, most proponents of scaling up said that as models get bigger, we get more, all or almost all of the needed characteristics. The third law says that in order to improve the work of AI, you have to use more calculation power when processing each query from the user. So imitating the process of thinking on a difficult problem. You can state now that first two laws have depleted themselves. And co-founder of AI says that, yes, it's clever. Secondly, increase of the cost of each query contradicts OpenAI business model. So they will have to go to this third law of the scaling. The third principle of scaling is very different from the first two. In order to work more, better, not only calculations more, but fundamental algorithmical progress is also required. And that means that in order to teach the model to think, we don't know entirely how to do that. We don't know how specifically we can do these models right now. So that means there are no laws of scaling that work as fundamental laws of nature. The laws of scaling depend on fundamental progress that scientists and engineers are doing every day. That means that even a small team with small resources can have disproportional effect on AI development. And in the end, I want to give you an example. First of all, there is no monopoly for creativity. And I'm going to give you an example. In 2022, a small team at Zebra AI started working on a product that improves and expedites the work with visual effects for movies and games several orders higher. At the same time, NVIDIA company started working on a similar solution. As of now, NVIDIA still publishes scientific works, speaks on conferences, while our product is used in Hollywood production and top game engines. It's just an example of solving a very local problem, but it gives hope that David sometimes can win the Goliath. Thank you. Incredible, thank you, and we wish us all victories. The plan is now to have a coffee break. We're gonna go back here in 15 minutes. I'm gonna be talking about capital of the future. Meanwhile, let me remind you that other than the growth, it's important to help. You will be able to see QR codes on the screens for our fundraising. We're fundraising for superhumans now, for battle medics of the defense forces, and thank you for support. See you in 15 minutes.
Це буде о 17:40. Я рахувала весь цей час. Побачимось о 17:40.
I thought it's your favorite word, capital, money, growth. I again hear capital, somebody's saying, I'm coming to you. Most possibly it was wrong strategy, but let's follow the right tactic. So I'm expecting you close to the stage. I'm gonna keep talking.
Друзі, ми розпочинаємо. Прошу, будь ласка.
So we're gonna be starting. Let's take the first places in the audience.
Йдіть на мій голос. Не заблукаєте. О, музику вимкнули, ви якраз підтягуєтесь. Зараз перестануть наливати вино. Ну.
So the music stopped and you would like to know to talk.
Я і мої вологі фантазії. Розумію. Чекаю на вас.
Still waiting for you here.
О, працює! Любі, да, чекаємо на вас тут. Поки розкажу вам про ці хештеги.
So, meanwhile, let me tell you about hashtags. Some speakers and participants in this event were asked to share their vision, what they associate the union with, and what are their future plans for the year. So that means the map of content and philosophy, what's really important, and what is special in the union's activity. Well, the opportunities are not for everyone. First come, first served. So we're gonna start. I'm gonna talk about the most important investment of my parents and my husband is me. Thank you for the support. Well, those guys in the back, please come forward. So, but seriously, people who work in businesses, create technologies, build future change, they understand and they know how important is human capital. And that's what we're talking about today in this panel discussion dedicated to capital of the future. I want to invite here the moderator for this panel, Sahil Musayeva, Chief Editor of Ukrainian Pravda. The speakers tonight in this discussion will be Artur Michno, CEO, co-founder of WorkUA. Artur was talking about inspiration to live yesterday, and it's so great to hear him. Olga Rudneva, CEO of Superhuman Center. Vera Tkachenko, CTO of MacPaw. And Anna Apostel, co-founder and CEO of Made Academy. Thank you for presenting. We don't have much time for the discussion, so let me make a short introduction. I think in this audience I don't have to explain the problem with people and human capital, because right now any conference, wherever you go, dedicated to war and tech changes in any sphere, everybody, all the speakers say the same thing: people and people and people. So unfortunately, large-scale invasion impacted human capital so much. We have 5 million refugees outside, we have IDPs inside from the temporary occupied territories. We have educational losses because it's been 5 years since we live in first COVID online, then war, and children also learn online. So we have, of course, conditions for veteran policy, and there are many problems like that. So they have to be resolved here and now, and we have to start the dialogue here and now. We will have only 10 minutes, 20 minutes for this discussion. We only have 5 speakers for every speaker, and I would like to start with you, Artur. You are the person who built the business in human capital, and I think the changes that are happening, you feel those changes among the first ones. So my question will be how you, as the person who created the business in the sphere, how do you feel these changes? What has changed already, and what has to be known and understood by the employers about human capital, and what are the prospects of the next several years, 2 to 5 years? Thank you for the question. I would start maybe from what we all feel more or less the same, regardless of which business you are in. What is happening in our country right now, and the understanding of that we have lost so many people, especially talented people and quick adaptable people, and we feel it's the same way. So what we see more is we see in numbers and trends. And if I would draw a quick picture of what was happening since the large-scale invasion, first of all, the drop of vacancies market by 15 times, what we never had in all of our country's history, and then a quick recovery somewhere from July 2022. We saw some plus 50% from month to month, and somewhere till September 2023, by the number of vacancies, the market returned to the previous situation. So over the previous year, we even showed a higher trend. So on one hand, it's inspiring. On the other hand, unfortunately, we understand that the number of vacancies have increased, but the number of people is some 50% less, because there are many talented people who left Ukraine and part are serving in the army. So it's a very difficult situation in the market. So the expected question is, what are people to do? And my personal confident answer to that on the level of the country and each company is to change the principles of motivation. Just hiring people, saying, okay, let's do this together, without any in-depth understanding why people would do that, why and what are we trying to achieve, what's so special that your company is doing unlike from 10 or 50 other companies. If you don't have answer to this question, you should not expect people to join your cause. And awareness of the fact that this is hanging in the air inspired us to make another step towards it, which we've never done before. At the end of November last year, we did a huge conference for CEO HRD for 700 businesses in Parkavist place. We did a Meta, a universe presentation, but I don't want to be talking about it now. So the idea was to show where we can find a different approach. And it started from the name itself of the event. It was called the Second Navigation. You may be heard, maybe not. I can tell you that this is a term existing from Plato's. So it's from primary motivation type, where people were motivated by material, by their housing, etc., to motivation on the level of stars. So a metaphor is a boat that can either go along the coast, and as soon as it sees the house, it starts going there. And oceans are red, no other. And then we have the compass, and then we have discovery of other spaces. Just as well, metaphorically speaking, if the company is not looking at the stars and but it can give you some um, interesting objectives in life. Then it offers a motivation, a much bigger motivation, and engages the best specialists, those who are motivated by the heart, not only by money. Here's a little magazine, the Second Navigation. It's called. We decided to do media content about business, but not business for the sake of money. It's business for the sake of ideas, where people are inspired, where they are virtuosos in what they do. And I think this is the kind of business that grows 10 times faster and bigger. They can now engage people, founders who get inspired by what they do. And the impact and the values that the company is propagating. So I think at this background, if any management professional will ask themselves, why do we work? Not in terms of making money, but what do we add to the world? And even more, why Ukraine is needed in the world? So does the world need Ukraine? And if on this level the management people will start thinking, I think that those who have to do with business be partial to the process of battling, not only in the war, but also have confident and strong future in the world of the future. Thank you. Thank you, Artur. Coming back to our next speaker, let's talk about the future, and specifically the future in the context of war, changing the role of women, increasing involvement of women into different sectors. And now that when you talk with the big businesses, they say that when they employ more women in the industry like metallurgy, because men are conscripted so quickly. And I would like to ask Virat Tkachenko how tech businesses see that. Are they ready? How to increase the empowerment of women in the tech business? Because the trend is only going to grow. Great. Congratulations with the birthday of Diia.City United. After each war, and this war will also be over, there is a disbalance, and there are more women in society. And tech business is not no exemption to that, and we have to work more and more with women. In 2025, it's not a secret. We can't talk about. Well, IT industry is one of the leaders of those fighting for gender equality. But now we've heard Google stops gender balance policy because another policy is Trump, and everybody's forgetting about that. But the source of this struggle for Ukrainian companies, there's a real need for that. And it's about survival. Will the women be empowered and employed not only in some philosophical issues, diversity, innovation, but there's also the survival. So has this changed for our company with the start of the war? Well, I can tell you what radically changed. Like a share that it increased. But I have felt a different degree of this problem when we did a BCP plan, and each business continued to continuity planning to be able to work in a crisis.
When during the war you're drafting the plan and including the biggest risk. And the biggest risk for technological companies are humans, of course, human resources. The damage to the physical resources is not as huge. And I compiled the list where they had critical one, critical two. Critical one is that the company continues providing services to the clients. The client doesn't care if it's a flood or war, they have to get those services. And critical two, it's development. Drafting that list, I was happy to see that some of the functions, like classical female ones, like finances, are not covered physically because the risk of mobilization is set there. Some functions that are critical, for example, infrastructure, IT department, help desk, engineers, they are traditionally most male prevalent, and there we can see this imbalance. And I was happy when some of the roles in some of the roles I saw women, and for business, and business is very pragmatic, so they can see right away that here it's filled up and we're happy that we have invested it. And how can you invest? Well, I do not believe in quotas because often first decision is to introduce quotas for each position, and the research was made that has proven that this doesn't work, that it's a short-term initiative. I see two ways. First, that can be done by business, society, and media, and state is to create and highlight the role models, telling stories of women, girls in different roles, non-typical for now for this society. And so that the girls who studied, for them to be able to see, I can become like CTO, I can become an engineer. I like the driving courses being highlighted now for trucks. Of course, the girls don't see the drivers of the trucks among the friends of their mothers, and they are not willing to go there. But there is a research that after the TV series X-Files, when Scully was shown in the image of a woman scientist, that the mass culture of women scientists has increased, and number of girls wanting to get the education of a scientist also increased, as they start realizing that you can be beautiful, successful, and also a scientist. So that's useful to increase the TV series, TikToks, highlighting this. And the second part, and that's something the women and girls can do, they can become, more courageous and to apply for it. We see that women engineers, they sometimes having the same level of knowledge, skills, and so on, they just don't apply. They see in the job opening it is requested 4 years of experience, and they will have 3.5, and they don't apply because the girls are more, meticulous. And the advice is to tell the business, try and tell the candidates that they should try and apply for it anyway. And this could be a way out in after wartime and be still stable and resilient. Since we started speaking about after-war times, it will not be possible without veterans and veteran policy. And before going to the next speaker, I want to say that the fundraising for the veterans is done, so please use the QR code to do this too. And I remember, Ola, you were telling that at the beginning of full-scale invasion, you had to tackle humanitarian aid matter, but then you started thinking about future, and that's how Superhumans project was born. My question is, what has this project taught you already? And that's a very successful experience, and can it be scaled up for the level of state? Well, first of all, we are the center of regaining the lost opportunities. We work with the civilians and the military who were affected by the war. We seem to be the medical non-profit institution, but at a certain point of time we realized that we can give the best possible prosthetics or knee to a human, but when they have nowhere to go to, then most likely they will not wear that prosthetics. So we realized that we do not need hands and legs, which sounds weird, but we don't need legs if we have nowhere to go, or hands when we have nothing to do with it. And it was an interesting conversation with Alexei Bertula, with one of our patients, and he told me, you know, I come today to Superhumans, I want to be discharged. And I tell him, Alexei, we are a family, you can live here. And he says, I come here because I have nowhere else to go. I come here to wear the prosthesis. And so that was the moment when we realized that we lack something. We lack the last reason why these people are being rehabilitated. How they will live after they are discharged from our establishment. Then we had the Department for Social Reintegration, and we have consultants, and they help them very efficiently. And it's nice to see when the person who lost 2 upper limbs, so they have low-level mobility, they have to go to the toilet with their wives, but they got the prosthesis and they now have a very successful business. And they know what to live for, and they don't feel insulted or hurt, by the civilians. And so question 1 that we ask them, what will you do after you undergo the rehabilitation cycle? It's important for us to find them the new role. And then a number of problems occurs, of course. Number 1 is that these people have to change their roles after they were in the troops. They don't want that job they used to have. They want to get a work with more sense in it, or the one that has something to do with the victory. Arthur has already referred to this. So they want to be useful. If they used to be working in the bank, they say they don't want to do it anymore. They say that I made my contribution to victory, so I will still want to do that. Second story, when the person got a disability, mental or physical, they still can't go back to the previous workplace because of different reasons. We have many people, boys who lost limbs and they got good prosthesis, but they cannot go back to the railway station where they used to work as a driver because it's prohibited by the law. We work with that, but that group of disability that he has, he cannot go back to work into the metropolitan. But we are to equip them with the new skills. And this reskilling will be not a one-time thing. They will try. And we had good stories when we had 500 job openings. But it didn't work. And then we changed one little thing. We gave them the contact details of where they could find a job, but we changed it, and now they prepare their CVs themselves, and then we ask employers to call them in. And it changed everything. And now we have many people being employed. It is a sign for them that somebody needs them. We just spoke about women. The person who used to be part of the forces, armed forces, they consider these years to be lost when they did not develop as professionals. And we are not trying to rewrite their military experience as a civilian one. No. We are talking about their skills. But they need to hear it. When the employer hires them, the employer is to realize that these people had some psychological trauma, and sometimes we expect them to have high level of PTSD, but we only have 6% of in our patient the PTSD symptoms. So people go back with a strong moral trauma when they had to do something that contradicts their moral values. And I'm not going to give you examples. Something that has to be processed. So people with these traumas are to fit into the team. First of all, they have to come to the workplace. If they have a disability, this workplace has to be adjusted. Second, the team is to be prepared to accept and embrace this person. Stop me if I talk too much. Anyway, so these are two important things. We'll have many people return from the front line, and there are thousands of them. And when the war is over, 1 million of people will return. When we speak about veterans, we speak about veterans and their families, so we have to multiply. And these people are to be employed. They have to be able to provide for themselves. They will undergo rehabilitation, resocialization, reintegration, buffer zone, but us as a society, we have to be prepared for this. And us as employers, we have to prepare our teams psychologically wise and to preparing the workplace. Thank you, Olha. I would like to give floor to Anna now. Yes, thank you. Let's applaud. You already said that they are to be provided with a workplace, and also families of these people are to obtain good education. And mainly, if we talk about the future economic model of Ukraine after war, it's impossible without technological businesses. But Anna, I will ask you to briefly tell us how we can improve the technological education in Ukraine, what is already being done, what else is to be done to make it more accessible. Thank you for inviting me. I will add Olha a bit about veterans. I think all companies are to prepare now. They are to do this now, not to wait until all veterans return to the civilian life. We started teaching in Med Academy veterans back in 2022. Now we have 20 plus employed persons, 36 are still studying, and we plan to train 100 more by the end of the year. I have to say they are coping very well. They are employed in IT sphere, and now they have a unique opportunity. They can employ in tech companies, and that's due to the unique experience they have in the troops. So we need to talk about this a lot, and we are to help the veterans to be employed. Speaking about education, our company has 10 years of experience in education. And back in 2005, 2010, I was thinking that teaching people is something not difficult, but actually it is. And we've spent tens of thousands of dollars on training people, and we keep on doing it. I know Ukrainian universities don't have this money. For us to be able to give a good education and up-to-date programs, we are to integrate these curricula fast, share our LMS system. We employ 1,000 people a year now, and universities employ less, unfortunately. And people come from universities to us, from tech universities, who are not ready, and they have to still undergo trainings. For universities to be able to have this many graduates, the education has to prioritize work. When I came to work at the university, the teachers have written me off, and they told me that I didn't want to stay in education. But they were supposed to perceive this as me being able to become employed. So I think that all of us have to share our, you know, developments with business and to make the salaries in universities to be comparable with the salaries in IT sphere. And these are not to be specialists that work full-time in universities, but the ones who work in the industry and want to teach at the university. We have many enthusiasts now at the universities who do it free of charge because they are interested in sharing their knowledge. But I think I say they have to be many more of them and doing it on the commercial base, because we know that we have to. The university cannot adapt very fast if they have no access to market or specialists from the market, and nobody tells them what to do. So I believe that if we move in this direction and the universities become more financially independent, not everyone is to have the high degree. People from my generation say that if you don't have a diploma, you're a loser. Or if you have a diploma of the lower specialization, you can still live and survive and flourish. I think that we can manage all of this. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but I think the topic of human capital can be discussed for a very long time. I'd like to thank all participants of this panel who tried in brief to tell us about the most important things. I hope that it was valuable for you. Let's give a round of applause to the participants. And please donate superhumans as a gratitude. Yes, thank you. We have QR codes. Thank you so much. It wasn't just one panel, it's a week conference. Dear all, we shall continue. Next panel will be about the capital. We just spoke about the capital, and next panel is about the ways to attract the capital. So, dear friends, ma'am, when we speak about the IT, it can't do without memes. I hope that it's also funny and interesting for you, and you will also be motivated after this panel. And now I would like to announce our next speaker and our talk panel, how to. And I would like to give floor to Andriy Bezverkhe, who is the co-founder and CEO of SoftPrime. Louder applause. Thank you. Show me the ticket. I'm Kaden. Roman Prokofiev, co-founder of Jubal. And the moderator, Anna Shavalova, Horizon Capital. Good day, everyone. Thank you for coming. We have a very brief discussion, so we want to have it very honest, productive, and open. There are many myths about fundraising, and we are going to discuss them with Roman and Andriy. These two people are here for a reason. First of all, Roman is a well-known co-founder, founder of Jubla, but he's also an investor. He personally invests, and based on Jubal Venture Studio was established that does incubation of startups. Andriy already had a successful experience of investment attraction, both from angel investors and from international venture funds. And now, as far as I understand, this process continues. Always. It always goes on. There are two categories of people. One say that fundraising is very easy. You just send your presentation using the database of investors, and tomorrow in your list you have 150 calls from potential investors. Other category of people say that it's vice versa, that to raise funds, especially today, is impossible. So what is the situation in the market of investment? Let's start with Andriy, because I think he has the practical experience at the time of the boom of investment and now. In fact, investment, just like sales, it's work. It's full-time job. In order to raise something, you have to focus on it. The reality is such that if you're a CEO and you usually don't have time to focus completely, and that is the magic. So you have to be overtime working and to be efficient. Can you raise money now? Yes, the market works. Less of investment. Yes, everything is more competitive, and you are to have the idea and to be able to sell it and to have the metrics to prove it. But the investors, they do invest in the AI, and they do invest a lot in other topics. Maybe not the same way that it was in 2021, but as far as I understood, that it was a very good year, 2021. But in the beginning of 2020, it was very hard to raise it because it was COVID. There always could be some unpredicted circumstances. So that's work you have to prepare, just like in sales. If somebody made a call and raised, I guess it's a planned campaign rather than it just happens. This is from my experience. So, as for the investment for Ukrainian entrepreneurs, it wasn't easy before the war and before 2021. As Andrei said, that you had to make 100 contacts in order to get 20 meetings and to get two agreement from 20. Now, obviously, we have the military context. That's why investors don't like to invest money very much where the war is ongoing. And this made Ukrainian entrepreneurs who raise investment not a samurai, but just ninja, you know.
So this is a super ambitious task. Andrei, from your experience, how many emails one has to send in order to get one phone call? At this stage or at the beginning? At the beginning, emails, you send email and you get sent emails. Conversion from email in the term sheet, well, there are dozens of thousands. There's no direct correlation, in fact, because still it's all about personal meetings with investors. It's enough to have a good pitch. Even if your pitch is only convert in phone calls, well, what's the response? That's not analytical work entirely. In my case, I went for the third time for eighth, and I was given one term sheet, and it's a very hard term sheet. And then there are 10. So then the next was the standard for Silicon Valley and then VCA. So startups that raise investments, like CEO is the founder, on average it's 6 to 9 months. And it was before the war, 6 to 9 months. And 50% of time the founder was spending to raise investments. So if you think that you will write to two foundations and will raise investments, it's an illusion. 50%, 6 to 9 months has to be spent there. And when you were doing the first round, were you ready that this would be your full-scale, full-time job for several months? No, everything looked good in the TV series about Silicon Valley and books. First you pitch friends to friends and family and people you know. And the first person you pitch, it can be, they can tell you, no, it doesn't work. Angel money, yeah, we raised angels money, but that doesn't give you a full assessment of your business model. You get invested into because you're trusted and you have expertise. But functional money, it's a different dimension, and it doesn't work like that. If you think, yeah, we'll raise that money, what if you don't? What if you lose 6 months of work and you won't have a round before you fundraise? Because investors feel that. no matter what the presentations say. And now it would be interesting to see that with the eyes of investor. Roman, you are investing both like angel and as a corporate investor in Jubilee. Is there a different process between decision making, and what is your assessment of startups that you get pitched? There's a different process. My assessment of startups, it's a long talk. I can share. Well, I knew that there would be not enough time, so I created 10 red flags for investor that that immediately diminish your chances for the round. So I am the only idea, and there can be no other idea. If the entrepreneur starts pitching 2 ideas, 3 ideas, and all of them great, no, that's a red flag. Any work, any company requires 100% concentration. If you have too many great ideas, you choose one of them and start pursuing them. All of them will be difficult. Second, don't make an idol out of yourself. Don't make it look like you know everything and you're so cool. And an experienced investor has seen hundreds of you breaking and bankrupting. Don't be arrogant. Third, don't um, don't talk too much about how unique you are and there are no competitors. It's not about the product itself, it's about how you solve the problem and how you provide value. If there are no competitors on your market, in 99% of cases, you just don't have a market, and that's a very bad signal for any investor. Remember, you don't have any weekends, you are in startup, period. I've seen cases where startups came and tell us how they worked, and then you open their Instagram. They're in the Nepal eating squid. No investor will give you money for that. Dear investor, talk to your investor, ask their opinion. So, engineers love to make complex products without asking anyone prior to that, does anyone need these products at all? There are many such examples. Don't kill your company by big burn. And when you start buying smoothies and lattes and the most state-of-the-art equipment because you want to look great in the startup community, but there's no business case. Uh, don't try to satisfy your client from the other ICP. When you're trying to make product for everyone, solving every problem, it doesn't work like that. You solve for a small batch of clients who really have that problem, and that's what you try to solve. Don't steal money, investors' money. That's obvious. If you have a high salary, if you fly business class because you raised money but still have no business case, you can't have a competitive salary like a founder. Yeah, you can make more money on the market as a top manager, but if you're a startup, please invest all your money. Don't say fake data. Don't give fake data. If investor does due diligence, when it's a serious brass tacks conversation, all the fake data that you painted in the presentation will become apparent. And 10th, don't wish for other from competitors' money. Is when startups saying, "Oh, we have a 200 million valuation with a 50 multiplier, IPO trade with such multiplier." That doesn't work like that. Don't do this kind of references. Okay, Roman, these are um, great commandments. I think we should print them or at least post them somewhere where they will be um, listed. So, have you done any mistakes out of those that Roman just mentioned, or you have your own list? I maybe would be very optimistic. I've seen how others do that, and I've heard from the founders how they do that, so I didn't repeat the same. But there are many stories like that. So we have to talk to the person in an ecosystem and those who already raised investments, so no, you can't only learn from the internet. Forget about what's on the internet. They told me in Silicon Valley. Live in reality. I also saw when you had A series, our lead asked me to be a head advisor on terms of cases. We closed Series UA, but if investor wants you to do something, that means they value your expertise as a founder. And I've seen an arrogant pitch, and that founder was not given money, but he was arrogant because he was from Israel, and their cyber ecosystem. We don't have cyber ecosystem. They maybe we have it. Israel is the second biggest, so they can be. It's very surprising if a founder is not arrogant. We have cyber invented, you know. I served in the community such and such, but he was denied funding. But he raised in other investors' money. So all these rules, I think they do work if you raise capital locally. And in order for them to be banned or bypassed, we still don't have ecosystem to do that. We are in an ecosystem of world investments. We are not in the first positions there. So I would take this rule set as a basis, and I would invest into relationship with specific investors. So much more chance to raise money if you build relations on the long term with investors, not just you come and see and you conquer. No, the biggest helper for you is when you come to a managing partner level, and they say, why'd you come? Like, I have an idea for a startup. Or you say, I closed a round in 60 days, I have this and that and that. So that changes the dialogue, and you have to be ready. Because if you don't say how much do you close the round, you're probably scouting the market. Save their time. Tell them what do you want from them. And you will get more feedback from them. Yeah, I would like to ask I'd like to ask you about what is the smallest conversion from the meeting to term sheet, and the founders have to learn to say no. So how did you manage that, and what would you advise to the founders who still haven't heard no in their experience? Oh, and you all have to go through this. You can't just learn it forever and now you're prepared. No. Hearing no, well, professionalism is when you can derive some lesson out of this no. It can be not hard no, but soft no. That you can be given a hint that something's wrong. Be able to listen. No is an opportunity to know what's wrong, to do the homework and improve it. The common mistakes I continue to push that I know at the very beginning. I know, no, it's a mistake. You probably didn't have it before. And at later stages, it can be no later, or not no, but later maybe yes. So you have to be able to filter all that, analyze that. But with each case, you have to control your emotion and be analytical. The more no you hear, the better you become. Nobody was born a founder. No one's born with a rain of money. It's days and years of work. Those who can really professionally raise money, it's work. I have one of the investors who created and sold 3 startups in the Silicon Valley, and he can't raise for a year now. It's tough now. But that person, he's from America. He's traveling to Europe looking for pipeline. Not because he's desperate, because that's the market. Okay, metaphor about entrepreneurs. I'm I'm telling everyone, and they remember. The entrepreneur who raises a round, is it like a kitchen sink? Like you come to investor, and he explains to you why you fail and why there's a bad product and you are bad and so. And if you can't after this meeting, if you can't wash this away, the other investor will not want to talk to you because it already looks bad. So after each meeting, you have to cleanse that and be clean when you come to a new investor, and so until you succeed. Okay, great. At this beautiful metaphor, we can wrap our talk. Thank you for sharing this experience. And we are getting enriched with new knowledge, collecting insights, and I would like to announce a new crypto panel, blockchain and crypto technologies that define new technologies. I would like to invite CEO and founder of Bytebit, Vladimir Nosov, who will join us online. Vladimir, the studio is yours. Right, I can hear you. We can also hear you. We will also see you in a second, I hope. Happy to see you, and greetings to our online viewers, Vladimir. I hope you can see me well. Yeah, we can see you well. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm so happy to be on this important event with such a noble and important cause, which is a real celebration. 1 year is a lot in our world, so I congratulate the entire team. Not to take too much of your time, because if I were offline, I would stay with you for an hour. So I want to say I'm going to talk about blockchain in the world now. And what I start with is that before the start of my presentation, I was asked to select one word, which will, for me, the embodiment of Diia United. And I selected the word hope. Why this word? And why I chose this word? Because right now, I've seen the previous discussion and what the speakers said, and they spoke a lot about the race, about the tech companies, etc. In my understanding, I think we can take it for a fact that we are lagging behind many countries in the world in terms of development of both economic and financial and technological. And I can see that as the new financial industry coming in, so blockchain and crypto, that is the opportunity to start from zero meridian, this countdown for Ukraine, etc. I've just returned from the US recently, and after Trump became president officially, I talked to a lot of people who are responsible for tech sector, for blockchain, for spread of technology, of crypto. And I see the fire that these people burn with who are doing this. I see how actively there are 500 different initiatives. And one of the key initiatives here is the fact that the US wants to create a crypto hub, a blockchain hub in the US. What is a hub? What is an epicenter of action, of activity? Well, first of all, it's designers, because we see many names, many companies who, one way or another, embody the crypto world. But I want you all to understand that it doesn't yet say anything. Because out of those 1,000 projects, there's still nothing. So at the moment, the industry is still very young. And it's more marketing than actual hubs in every country. And the whole world is currently represented by two sides. One powerful Asian players and powerful US players. There's still a certain vacuum in Europe. And it's still kind of dormant. So the regulations develop in the US, in Europe. In Europe, of course, it's going to be much smaller than US, and we can see that. And in Ukraine, we still see a huge potential. Well, there's potential in everything, of course, in Ukraine. We have to somehow embody this potential. But where there is a lot of competition, it's hard. And we're trying to adapt to existing reality in the world. We're trying to be relevant, we're trying to be competitive. But now that we're talking about blockchain and crypto, we have this zero meridian. And it's a zero meridian for both tech companies and our state in general. Because with these two cases, we can take a powerful position in the world and not adapting to somebody else who has maybe some experience, but do ourselves, create trends and make others follow us. At the moment, as far as I know, a very active presidential team and responsible people, other responsible people, try and launch regulations in Ukraine. It's very important because that will finally open up the opportunity to cooperate of the so-called Web 2 and Web 3 sectors in Ukraine. And that has to lead to create the creation of the new product-based companies in Ukraine who will be able to compete in international arena. And I'm confident that we will be successful inside the country. We can create competitive products and competitive teams, and I hope that both regulators and all the responsible people for regulation will make it so that we are trendsetters in this industry for Europe, who is the closest for us.
And also, so that in the US, our experience could be useful. And it's all possible today. As for the trends, I'm sorry, we are running out of time. Oh, okay. So I'm thanking for being invited. I would like to greet you again, wish you happy birthday, and have a nice evening today and have a nice weekend. Okay, thank you. It sounds like a plan. Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you, super. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, the news is the following. The robots are among us. Robots are among us. Robots are among us. The personification of this I'm not crazy, don't think so, if it was a wild day, but the robots are indeed among us, and this will be demonstrated to us by the operational director and co-founder Deus Robotics, Antonina Yeremchuk. Antonina, robots are among us.
З днем народження!
Happy birthday.
Всіх вітаю!
Greetings, everyone. My name is Antonina. I am wishing happy birthday to Diia United. It was a powerful year for you. You are unbelievable. But today we are not only celebrating, today we are participating in the race for future. As the American futurist said, Team Urban, in 10, 20 years, the human-like robots will be everywhere. They will be as regular, just like mobile phones today. And that is the future. We are building it together with you. In Deus Robotics, we do not only develop robots, we are making them smart. Thanks to our AI platform, we train them to speak the same language, to work in a coordinated team as a integral organism. In our portfolio, we have 17 logistic robots, and one of them you can see today. This is our rack robot that can lift more than 800 kgs. And our wonderful team, Oleksiy and Volodymyr, have taught the robot to go in less than half an hour. We are still developing and are actively studying the possibility of implementing these human-like robots in the future. And these robots will help businesses fulfill and tackle the current and future issues related to automation. Just like in Formula One, speed is not the most important thing, but strategy, team, and technologies are. In Deus Robotics and this AI race can be won not only by the fastest, by the smartest. And in Deus Robotics, we are helping the businesses become the smartest. And we prove that robots are about opportunities for businesses to become more flexible and resilient, and most importantly, to develop a big potential as humans. Today, my word for Diia.City United is the heart. Because for me, Ukraine is the heart for innovations, courage, and those who build the future. And Diia.City United is an important part of this huge heart. And us in Deus Robotics are proud to be part of this community. I was talking about the race, and I have good news for you. We are ready for this race for the future. So you are to be ready for this race. So happy birthday to you, Diia.City United, one more time. Buckle up and let's go. So the future is here, and now it's leaving the stage. Thank you. Our next panel will be moderated by me, and I'm very happy. I'm Lisa Ordunova, and I'm the editor, the host of podcast and this event. Now I would like to invite to discuss tech trends my speakers, Samvel Akopyan, co-founder and CEO of Lilo. Samvel, I saw you near the bar the last time. I'm waiting for you at the stage. And also Nazari Kurachka, co-founder of Giga Cloud. Let's start and Samvel will catch up. We gathered here now, and let's dynamically and laconically speak about the most important things. We are gathered here to speak about tech trends in 2025. Samvel, I would like to invite you to the stage one more time. He told me to scream 3 times, calling on to him. Samvel, Samvel, Samvel. Let's do it together. Let's all call on to him. And here he comes. Oh no, you're not Samvel. Yes, it's a competition, but we knew that it's worth waiting. So a short intro. We are now going to talk about tech trends. Nothing extra. You know very well the job you do. So I want to ask each of you to speak about the key trend in your niche. Nazar, let's start with you. What trend focus can you tell us about now in Giga Group? Everybody asks ChatGPT, and you could ask it too. I don't know what it would have said. Yes, but humans are still the most intelligent ones. Yes, let's consider that. At least in the Ukrainian market. Yes, we can say a lot. We have been building up complex infrastructural systems for a long time. So we keep track best world practices and transform them into products for the market of Ukraine. And they sometimes become like local trends. If we speak about cloud computing, where we are the expert, we also think so. Well, then, thank you. Here I see three trends, and that is mass adoption of multi-cloud solutions, hybrid environments, and I also see that the access via cloud to supercomputers and quantum calculations can become more available, and big and small companies can tackle big tasks. And if in plain language, how will this change the life of ordinary people? It will just become cheaper. Yes, we can have big tasks and big calculation, but it will become cheaper. And the main trend is we know that it's the third year of war, almost fourth, and this is a hybrid war in different battlefields. And clearly that it's cybersecurity. And this trend, well, it is upsetting that the business has to prepare more, to pay more, and to allocate more money for cybersecurity. As for trends, of course, it's strengthening using AI solutions in cybersecurity, increasing requirements to international standards. All of this requires time and money. Just like our colleagues often say that cybersecurity is not a condition, it's a creativity, day-to-day creativity that requires much resources. Okay, in general, summarizing, we can say that it's optimization of expenses given the technologies, also security, and third year of war, and cybersecurity, yes. Okay, if we speak about the health tech that you represent today, you just spoke about cybersecurity. When we talk about health and technologies in it, what are the main trends, do you feel? Well, first of all, the trend is on personalization of health or tracing your health. Different trends related to new researches that can help you trace something using checkups or gadgets. That is a trend. It gives personalization. These are the main trends. Of course, they are divided into three groups. The first group is personalization using AI, data, first real data, and then data and personalization. Second is hardware that helps collecting this information remotely. and Giga Group helps storing it safely. Nazar? Yeah, no, not possible to store without Nazar. We are still talking about data, right? Well, data is always is and will be there. And we can talk a lot about AI or some new technologies, but we are to know that real data and then data are the basics for creating certain solutions. So personalized ones, yes, without it impossible. But processing and cost, that's something Nazar talked about, is the point that makes this technology available. Okay, we understand which technologies and we understand the focus of trends. And given that this is not the first time I hear about it, it seems to me you're right, that it sounds reasonable. And how did you realize that the future is behind this? How did you, Samvel, realize that health tech is something you have to, um, proceed with? And the same to Nazari. I just got lucky. Oh, that's the way it works with you. Well, you're asking such a question. Well, health tech or healthcare topic in general, given that I started healthcare industry from healthy, and today I'm in healthy too for many years, it began quite a while ago. And did you know right away that this was perspective and trendy? You know what all entrepreneurs do? They, and I didn't do it back then, but we'll do it now. What we do is we open and check which markets are in trend, which are growing markets. There are industries that grow every year and they have no drops. For example, health tech industry is always increasing. In the past 14 years, not a single time healthcare market had dropped. So there's a constant growth there because there are such categories like medicine or healthcare, food consumption, or some basic things the human is using in everyday's life, or like education. These things, healthcare, security, they will always increase. They will always grow. People can't live without it. I see. Nazari, what is your perception? Well, he just counted money. Oh, he's here because of money, and we are because of ideas. I see. No, I'm not talking about you. Well, yeah, it's in the opinion of Samvel. Well, it's cool to say catching hype, things that are trendy, but I would like to talk about the trends, future trends, that we have to now focus on. These are not perspectives, just the realities of our lives. A small excursion. Before this event, Natalia Mikolska asked me to write the words associated with union. It took me some time to think about it, and I wrote the word influence, but I was thinking about the union. So the union is influential, it's growing, influencing different spheres. And when I read the topic of the panel discussion, I realized that this word can also characterize the next trend. The word influence has many nuances to it. First of all, it can be negative or alien, hostile. And if we speak about the trade of hostile, it's first thing that comes to our mind is the impact of Russia, influence of Russia, the hand of Russia. But in the tech context of this, when you speak about the tech context, it's expressed via one as some soft Kaspersky or Bittrex and many other softwares, which, in my opinion, unfortunately, are still present in many tech companies. And they're still sitting and waiting. And I'm always saying that After the Russian software, you can see the Russian soldiers. Yes, and that's exactly what happened. This is not illusion or fantasy. And clearly, after the full-scale invasion, we observed that the share of Russian software in the market of Ukraine dropped. But at the same time, we see that many companies are looking for specialists from 1S or Bittrex. But the state institutions, those that in the first 6 months got the Russian software for 860 million. Well, we speak about the hostile influence. That's how you can see it in the statistics. Here we are speaking about the plans for the future. What do we do with this? There's another side to the coin. There is SWIFT. Yes, you just talked about Russia. There's no positive impact. Tell us what to do to avoid this. Positive, that's your own impact, your own influence. It's about force, about our union, the birthday of which we are celebrating today, about the Ukrainian software, and of course, about the project of my IT. It's a cool project we call a fashion project by Giga Cloud. It's a non-profit project. The aim of this project, your own IT, is to push out the Russian software from Ukrainian market and to popularize our own Ukrainian one and to turn it into a mainstream and trend of 2025 and all the following years.
So, also using this opportunity, those who still don't know how to grow, how to be added to Bittrex and trends and tenders. On May 9th will be the third showroom of Ukrainian software. And for all of you, for all of our union members, there are discounts for partner packages. They're very limited yet, so hurry up. Those packages are quickly as soon as Diia.City United. Okay, so this. So thank you, and it's very important to work with alternatives. It's about shared action, so thank you for your project. So Samuel, what about you? How your company responds to these challenges? What trends do you shape, and what do you do in 2025? It's not about our company per se. It's about all heads of companies, people who deal with personnel have to understand the important thing. Everything that's classic before 2022 regarding the medicine has to be changed, because everything there was just for going through the motions, was just ticking boxes, insurance, Medicare, whatever. No, it's not okay. You have to be selective. Everybody has to understand.
Давайте говорити відверто, як воно є.
That we have a very difficult period right now. We have a very many people with problems with their health. But there are more than enough questions. So everything that was classic is not going to work. Unfortunately, Ukraine is not a country where there is mandatory medical insurance, but we think it's going to come to that. But we have to talk about quality of that as well.
Мій такий виклик для себе, для команди і
So my challenge for myself and the team, everybody, please deal and care about the health of your team. If you have a healthy team with new technologies, new approaches, tractions, checkups, anything, and it's all trends. It's not something that was there before yesterday. So health tracking is a trend. If you're going to be in trend and you're going to be doing that not only for yourself, but for your teams, you will have a much healthier team and much more effective team. That's first thing. Second thing, we have to spread that not only for us and our team, but we will have a huge deal of questions with people who coming back from the front line, and we have to be able to give them great and high quality solutions. So, the trend about the health tracking. So, that's the trend, I think. Thank you. Very laconic. Please join in fighting enemy software. And we continue. We need another chair, and we're going to be talking now not only about how to take care of yourself, but how to use technology to do better things. Very relevant topic. So it's on the front line, and the revolution in Ukraine, there are often revolutions. So it's a serious topic. I want to give you a round of applause for being here, staying with us. It's a great job. So, moderator Daria Kusnevska, head of the Brave One initiative. So, Misha Dominsky, co-founder of Chimera. We keep monitoring you, Andriy Cholik, CEO, and Andriy, greetings, and Alexei Vadenko, CEO and founder of Buri. Alexei. So they will be joining in later. So let's begin. Everyone, hello. I understand it's hard to compete with networking and the bar. But this panel discussion is going to be interesting for those who want to know about defense tech, those who want to know more insights, where we're moving, and to have more cases, how these three companies have managed to do incredible results, and how to impact the battlefield, and to think about defense innovations, what expects us in the future. So if you're not against it, I have a blitz question. So what do you think is the technology that has become an important world changer in the time of large-scale invasion into Ukraine? Here are the FPV drone industries present here. I think it's the most massive industry. Not every FPV drone is the game changer, but how systemically they're used. I don't think I could talk personally for myself, but one of the biggest FPV drone manufacturers is here. So I want to say that's FPV. Yeah, but it's easy for me because I am an FPV vendor. It's easy for me to say that it's FPV drones, but I'm going to use someone else's words. I'm going to talk. I'm going to say what Chief in Command said. Yesterday, he published a report on reporting the armaments over the last month, and it's 66% of the damage to enemy equipment is drones. 3 years ago, it was like, what about drones? They're flying. It's the start of the war. Now it's 66%. So even if the West cuts all the assistance to Ukraine, which I don't think is going to happen because we're integrated together. But imagine this scenario. Even now, 66% of damage is from drones. If we talk about something specific, it's 49% from all the damage. 49% is drones, FPVs. Well, the first there was quick question. What is the technology that is the world changer? FPV drones. Okay. It's not just FPV drones, but drones in general, because earlier we used to drones for reconnaissance, etc. Whereas in Ukraine, everything that's happening has changed everything, and drones have. We started to use drones as reconnaissance, air electronic warfare, so a lot of applications, and military experts from all over the world are just observing everything that's happening because they never imagined that this is how possible, and they're looking at this and try to learn from that. So Ukraine is now a leader in drone applications of different types. So drones win, right? That's why they say that this is the first war of drones. And the doctrine, and everybody understands that drones are a big influence now. But I'm confident that we need even more technologies and we need to develop even more. So you do a lot with AI. Right now, AI takes the whole space in our civilian life, in our cultural life, intellectual. So could you tell about your application of AI in your products, how the way you see it, and how you see the future, and what are the main challenges? You know too much about technologies, I think. We never announced anything, but okay, just kidding. As for the AI, there are simple applications of different computer vision systems, etc. It now is much more simple. It allows you to track the target and follow the target, and that can be done with the radio signals if compared to some benchmark. But when it's about more complex system, like we all know, Tesla Autopilot, which they polish and keep polishing for 10 years now, and they always run short of 5%. And you never know when they pass those remaining 5%. So in one way or another, AI has been used all the time. But when will it be able to take decisions instead of person when faced with a task to determine and destroy and engage targets? Well, that's a more difficult topic, an ethical topic as well. And second question, how do you adapt your technologies to these rapid changes on the battlefield? We've been proactively thinking about tomorrow. We always have a couple of aces down our sleeve, and we keep experimenting because we work with communications. We keep watching different frequencies. We're changing algorithms and many other things, so that tomorrow our men and women on the front line have tools to fight. So, the question to you, Misha, we remember how you developed your Chimera system. We know you talk to international partners. So, what is your vision of yourself in the international global ecosystem as a Ukrainian vendor who can potentially be shipping to NATO countries? I feel that I am responding as a defense expert. I understand why, because no, October last year we made first sales for U.S. Air Force. This year we announced that we have a new exclusive distributor agreement also for U.S. and Canada, and we've been actively working on that. So based on our subjective experience with Chimera, we see that we are covering the current needs for NATO and partner countries. There's a huge concern about Northeastern Asia because of China. There are defense structures who need to prepare to technological war. They need massive solutions. And so the approach that we selected in Ukraine, focusing on Ukrainian market, it translates very well to international ones if we replace small stuff. So we need to cut our functions because there are many things that can be done in Ukraine cannot be done in other countries. Like our versions that we offer, it's a weaker version of our product that works with the standard frequencies. Some customers have not yet reached the necessary flexibility. They don't understand why they should work with standard protocols. They want to work as they work. So we'll see a big. There's a huge potential for defense industry if the state creates needs sincere support. Okay, next question. If we choose between scaling or quick innovation, what would you choose? Well, of course, I want both. It's important that you can be the most innovative company in the world, but if you don't have systemic application, there's minimal use of that. You can have the best and the most advanced technological product in the world, but it's only one use case or two, it's minimal use. So it's important to look at innovation, but also the application. In one parameter, you have how relevant and advanced your product and how massive it is also. So you have to look at the square. If you can increase that by innovation more than with numbers, you have to focus on that. If you can improve that coverage with quantity, we're balancing that. So half of our team is R&D, and because we are primarily R&D company, which also designs the products and sells the products and teaches to use so in terms of resource, time, and energy. Primarily, we are R&D company, and we're trying to apply this massively. So thank you. Alexei, question to you. What is for you the biggest challenge in developing your product? Well, it's hard to say what is the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge is quick change of battlefield. So it's hard to even imagine how quickly the products change. When the developers from IT come to us, they tell us, well, it's great. We have this plan to build a quarter ahead or month ahead. We have agile. It's all good and fine. But especially in the FPV market, yes, not so much in reconnaissance drones, but FPV, yes. So the time when you change the product is 2 months. You publish the hardware. It works 2 months, and then it loses relevance in 2 months. So you have to keep running, and that's the most important and the most difficult to run for the battle, to chase the battlefield and the users. So far, we're catching up, but it's becoming more and more difficult. So the second question, how do you adapt and what do you manage to do? Well, yeah, what can I recommend? Other than me traveling to the front line, there are also groups that every week travel to different frontline parts. So it's a crew coming to some brigade, learning the unit, and then if they want, they go to the battle with this unit. And that's the real experience. That's where they see what works, what not. Secondly, it's not service centers, there are communication centers on the front line, some 20 kilometers from front line or 30 kilometers from front line. And it's a center that is the service center and communication It's where you can drink some coffee, talk to the military. So that's the thing, something that we absolutely need. And we have resources for that, and it helps us as a company to stay relevant. And the army and communication is the biggest problem in the army right now. Thank you. My last blitz question, because our panel time has been cut. What has become the war changer? And now, what's the future war changer? What is the future technology that has to emerge, which will give us a huge advantage on the front line? Let me start. Mostly everything that the boys wanted to say, it's the same. So there's a popular phrase, you have to fight with robots, not people. So it's a simple thing. Yeah, we have to, they have to, but what can become a game changer is that we finally fight with robots, not people. So how this can be done? Um, Technology, so autonomous drone launch with land platform, autonomous swarm flight through Starlink. You can manage battlefield from Kiev from any point in the time. So targeting with AI or without AI that can select the target and engage the target and destroy it. So stack technologies that are designed by different companies, if we can integrate it this year, then that will become the game changer. Another important thing, and I agree with that, and we are doing a lot, that there are different things that will be done, is that people will be more and more remote from the front line, because the expertise that pilots have is super important. Losing such people is incredibly bad. And more independence of systems and platforms themselves. They will learn more, they will be more sustainable, more protected against electronic warfare, they will have more information and data, and that will improve the use of such weapon systems.
I'll be brief because we have very little time left. I will speak about when we speak about higher automation and robotization. It could also be in the militaries, like coordination of the troops when you have the secure link all the time that can work in any conditions, and both you can send information and receive information, which is important both for specific people and for the robots. Problems are similar, maybe just the type of information differs that has to be transmitted. Okay, super. Thank you for an interesting talk. So I'm thanking you for your work. Obviously, that completely autonomous troops are ahead of us, so we have a lot of work to do to implement them for our people to return closer to home and further from the contact line. So thank you, everyone, and all the hosts, those who listen to us. Have a nice evening. Thank you for everything you do.
Панове, ми продовжуємо.
Dear all, we have to continue. I am proud of you. We are not losing the inspiration. Startups are coming.
Всім третій раз, як
So just like they say, the third time is a charm, and this is my pre-last speech, because during the last one I'll be thanking everyone who has arrived, but that's not now. Now we're going to have one slide, and that's what we're going to finish with. It wouldn't be me if I didn't have a quote of Stepan Bandera. I am the Bandarian, and all those who believe in the story, you come to our union. I'm not going to show you 3 slides about what we do, because I'm thinking you already realized that we do much and a lot. So just join us in our union, and let's work together on making a cool state, and for us to speak less about problems, but to speak more about the future, AI, inclusivity, military tech, dual use, and the rest. And now we're going to have a super great story. We're going to have pitch grilling, where 3 startuppers will be grilled who were selected out of 10. And today they will have to compete for 3,000 USD, 2,000 USD, and 1,000 USD. But the most they will be competing for your attention and your belief in what they do. So all those who are behind in the gallery, get the drinks. There's a bar from Jack Daniels. Take food and come closer to the room. It's going to be hot in here. It will be medium rare. It will be well done. It will be super great. Cook, and let's see you very soon. See you soon. Okay, thank you, Natalia. So you all heard the invitation. Very sincere and wonderful. So let's wait and let's proceed to our pitch grilling. 3 startups will compete for the prizes. Dear startups, I'm waiting for you here, closer to the stage. Raise your hands. Where are you? Who's going to pitch today? Who needs money? Okay, I see. First investors, and then you will come. Great. So I would like to invite the judges here who are going to judge the final pitches today. That will be held in English today. And Roman Prokofiev, co-founder of Jubal Investor, a person who has read 10 commandments today. And I think that each startup, I hope everyone was listening to it, so please take your seats. Leonid Podobeyev, general partner of Hi-Fi Ventures, he will also be the judge today, to judge our startups and make the decisions of whom we are to invest in. Let's give a round of applause. Oh, you have drinks in your hands, I see. And also one more judge for today who will join us today, Deborah Ferbling, the partner and co-founder of venture company Green Flag Ventures. Thank you for joining us today.
Many times. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, so startups. I am inviting Andriy Kamchenko for pitching. Start. Your 3 minutes. Go.
І мікрофон зараз теж приєднається.
Мікрофон.
Ось він тут.
Привіт.
І 3 хвилини вашого часу. Починаємо.
3 minutes of your time. Start.
Ще один інструмент. Тепер точно. Що, о, вже скільки знову таких наших таки не бачили. Звучить як так. О, next. Дякую. Ні, це ваше? А це не ваша, ще не ваша презентація.
Oh, this was not your presentation, so this tool is for you now.
This is the stage.
Okay,
You join it?
wow,
Thank you.
I like it.
Wish you the best.
I'm Oleg, co-founder of... Here? I'm Oleg, co-founder of StackBob. Let me tell you a story about Bob. Bob was an IT admin, a great guy, but that manual access management, it was getting him. He was worried about security and compliance risks due to overlooked access, frustrated by wasting hours on manual spreadsheets for onboarding and offboarding of employees, and also sad because a quarter of the cost was wasted on unused licenses. He just didn't know which. And of course he was looking for a solution, but for SAML SSO you need unlimited budget to upgrade all your tools to enterprise plans, for custom APIs, a team of developers, and unlimited time, and automation tools, well, they only support half of the stack. And today, a mid-sized company is using on average more than 100 tools, but with developments in generative AI, number of in-house custom-built tools is projected to skyrocket, so it's going to get worse. But everything changed when Bob found StackBob, AI-powered identity and access management solution that integrates with any web app and manages access, licenses, and passwords. StackBob's superpower is in the technology. It's a browser-based agent, unlike API or SSO of competitors. It can integrate with over 300,000 tools instead of just few dozens. The setup time takes hours, not months. And also, the total cost of ownership is just a subscription. No need to spend a ridiculous amount of money to upgrade all of your tools to enterprise plans. Most of StackBob customers are mid-sized companies from the US with an average check of 20K a year, but it's also available in Europe and of course in Ukraine, where it's from. And we have special offers to Ukrainian companies and startups. And customers love it, specifically for the ease of use and setup. It allows them to discover all the tools the team is using, automate onboarding and offboarding of employees, detect inactive accounts and get rid of them, but also automate compliance and elevate security. The founding team previously worked together on another B2B startup, which they helped growing from MVP to successful exit in 2021, and now supported by industry experts, tech stars, and amazing team, they are committed to change lives of IT and security teams around the globe. And celebrating today's anniversary of Diia.City United, we are happy to give you a small gift. Book a call today with me and get 20% off additionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to define that we have 4 minutes. If we can do that, that would be great for pitch, for grilling and questions. Thank you. Time is here. Who will be the first?
Hi. First question. What about your competitor that has the same technology? I mean, like web browser plugin, because you compared your technology with other competitors that have another technology. But if we speak about web browser, who is competitor? What is landscape of market?
So for identity and access management, there are no existing solutions that allow you to manage identity and access using browser agent or browser plugin.
And why? Why do you think so?
Because this is not a standard solution. It's, well, when we talk to companies and to bright engineers, they are wondering like how this is possible. Because basically, the companies who use the browser plugins, they usually use it for tracking of the usage, so they can track how many time were spent on different apps. But in order to integrate with the app and automate some actions in the app, basically like agent that does some actions from either impersonating US IT administrator or using their own account and do some actions, that's not a typical solution. And the problem with that is because traditionally, if you do that, it's very low, basically low level of performance because traditionally browser plugins use the technologies which are basically slow and not reliable. And we will figure out how we can use a browser plugin, but also with special approaches that we use to make it really reliable and performant.
Thanks.
Well, there are a lot of questions and so little amount of time. Are you fundraising now?
No, we're not.
No. So what about the uniqueness of your technology, especially in terms of using AI? So what's the part of AI in your technology, and why do you think that some Okta or some better cloud, they cannot do the same if that would be needed by customers?
So I'll start probably with defensibility and why the existing solutions cannot copy us. And we just had this conversation in the hall. Basically, in today's world, there is no defensibility. I mean, I don't believe there is any defensibility in terms of technology. Like even OpenAI can be copied by Chinese guys with low resources. So it's everything about the speed and getting the customers fast. But why they not copy that? Because they already have the technologies they use and they sell. It's basically it takes a bit of time to implement. They probably kind of benefit from this mold they create. Because in order to integrate Okta, you would need to spend like a few months, and some companies spend a year. And after you did that, you kind of feel, oh, we invested so much time in that, like why should we switch? But of course they can basically develop their own technology. It probably would take them a bit of time because it took us, and like we have really bright engineers on the team, until we finally find how it could work. But also our architecture was built everything around this technology, so everything is built from the beginning. So they might be kind of trying to stick something on top of their existing solutions, maybe, or maybe they can just acquire us and have this as a part of their stack for managing those tools that don't have API or SSO, because a lot of them basically don't support. There is a lot of tools which can be managed only manually right now. They don't have the SSO or API connection.
Can you talk a little bit about your go-to-market strategy in other countries and how you're going to gain attention?
Mostly it's traditional early stage founder-led sales through LinkedIn and email, and also some partnerships with potential resellers like MSPs or IT consultants.
So much for being so time polite. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. With honor given to me, I would like to invite our next startup is Вышивай ID, and the person who's pitching, Alexander Maslovsky. Alexander, enjoy, please.
Окей, всім привіт, мене звати Олександр.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexander. We have startup Вышивай. We're creating the platform to create corporate merch. We're going to talk about what surrounds us every day, because the corporate merch is created by any company that respects itself or community. But at the same time, the corporate merch is to unite teams and to influence the development of the brand, even though the majority of companies cannot afford it, because 45% of the cost of the merch is spent on the operational costs and iteration of the design. We are simplifying this process, and we create the platform where everyone can create in 3 steps their own corporate merch by choosing just the basis, generate the design using AI that has the values of the company, and make an order. The rest of the magic is on us, as we are going to produce the merch with help of the network of the verified contractors and supply it very fast. We are fast, we have the verified contractors, and our design helps us to generate the design. And most importantly, we are providing all-in-one solution that helps creating merch that would consist of many items in one place. Our market is pretty huge. It is evaluated as in $23 billion. Companies are already spending money on merch, but nobody has offered them the solution how to do it conveniently. We orient on the market of Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic states, which makes it easy in logistic meaning. But actually, we can enter any countries where there is new post, Nova Pošta. As for our competitors, they are either too slow or too expensive, or they do not provide the personalization conditions. We are the only solution that now emerges on the Ukrainian market that gives this unique opportunity. 2 months ago, we have started our test launch, and we have certain indicators. We have a few customers already. One of them has come to us twice, and we found them without even the advertising. The average margin was 30% for us, but at the same time, we had even 500 if the order was very urgent. So how we make money? First of all, we are creating the corporate merch using the transactional model, where the company is ordering the merch and gets it in the specified deadline. We also offer the corporate subscription for merch to those who need it on the regular basis in order to increase LTV and to scale up the abroad to markets that are not available for us. We are using one playable size decision to integrate it to already existing companies, so those who want to build a business according to our model. We are already moving, but in case of attraction investment, we can move even faster. Our aim is to achieve by the end of the first year $50,000 of the annual income.
Окей, дякую.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, equal conditions. So, okay, Deborah, could we start with you? I'm so desperately sorry. Hope you got it.
No, it's okay. So I like the fact that you have multiple business, multiple revenue lines. There's a lot of interesting ways that you're looking at your business. The markets that you mentioned are all within like Nova Poshta reach. Do you have any plans for outside of the immediate area to be able to go further in the world?
We have ambition to go to other markets of other countries, but first of all, we want to reach markets of Poland and Baltic countries because we have a logistic ways to make it possible to deliver our merchandise from Ukrainian suppliers. But after that, we want to develop our network of suppliers and reach another market of another countries.
And how much will that change your business model in terms of additional costs for shipping and things to reach further markets?
I think that it could be like a market level, because now we can to make a fit for a market, because we can take away a designer and operational cost, and it contains near 40% of traditional cost of merchandise, and we have a flexibility on this side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you too.
The funny thing that me and Roman together, we already invested into a very similar company 3 years ago. They are already with millions of dollars of revenue.
How it's going?
And I did not notice this company in your competitor slide. And I also can tell you a few more from US with tens of millions of dollars of revenue, with already created platform, with everything you plan to do. So please do the homework much better. Check the competitors. Maybe you're doing something that we don't need anymore.
Okay, thank you. I can add that we choose a competitor for our slide from a different segments. We already analyzed, but on the slide we use only this because they represent different segments of suppliers that company can use.
Could you elaborate a little bit more about your innovation part of your product? Because there are a lot of, obviously, there are a lot of companies that can create merch like this one, and they can draw anything by AI or by designers or anything. So as a company, when I have demand to print something, to create something, I have a lot of suppliers. So what is your innovative part? How you want to disrupt competitors here?
According to DaVinci use that we already have been, we know a few great points in our UVP. First, that is all-in-one solution, because our customers don't need to find different suppliers for different items of merchandise, and we can optimize this operational side and use this model on different markets. It could be universal and unique too. And also we use unique AI solution because our AI has 3 stages. First is that using for creating symbols for print to merchandise. Second one is for creating an image of this print. And third one is for creating a vector image from this print that could possible to for example, embroider that or print on big things.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, great. Again, great time, and thank you so much. And I would like to invite our third last but not least speaker today. And
Hello.
enjoy.
Hi, my name is Andrew. I want to introduce you Reblum. It's an AI-based tool for professional photographers, saving them hours on post-processing their photos. There are some steps that should be done manually on post-processing, and it's always a tedious work, several minutes per photo. For example, skin retouching is the most annoying maybe part of this process, and photographers don't like to do it, but they should do it manually because it's the only way to reach good quality. With automated tool, they don't have proper results that are usable. So AI can solve this problem, and in Reblum we built the proper technology to solve this, and this is a fully automated tool and also provides stunning quality, fully suitable for a professional work. And users appreciated that. Starting in April to the end of the year 2024, we already sold more than 2,000 licenses, and the revenue of last quarter was slightly less than $200,000. And the special thing is retention. Almost 90% of our paid users use this product every week. We are focusing now on lifetime licenses because this is the best plan for users. These users are more active. They invite more colleagues to use this product because they like it. And also they are foundation for our platform because when professional pay for your software and use it almost every day, he'll be glad to pay for some additional services that are integrated in the platform, and they are already there. The main idea of our platform is to change the approach to post-processing. How it look like? Artist create his own style with color grading, with skin retouching, all this stuff, spend a lot of time, but then he can apply this style to every single photo with no manual operations, no changes. AI technology will adopt it to every photo. And also he can sell it through the marketplace to other photographers. And not only photographers, but regular mobile users with mobile phones that just want to make their photo better. We have competitors, but the more than 90% market is still using old approach, and we need to work with them. The main benefit of Freblum is working on device. I want to tell a bit about the market. It's 1 million of professional users and maybe billions of just regular users of mobile phones. 200 millions is just an auditory of one app.
Sorry, at this moment I have to interrupt. Thank you so much. Thank you for pitching. Okay, so the investors, Roman.
My congratulations, great traction. Right now, I don't understand before why I have to wait like 3-4 weeks after when I meet with professional photographer. What they are doing all this time, I just don't realize, and I know that they can manage their work much quicker. So yeah, my congratulations. My question about competitors, a little bit more, please. Could you elaborate? Because AI, a lot of software in my phone. There are some AI tools that help me to make my photo looks nice. I'm not like a professional photographer, but with whom you compete?
This is very obvious problem. So there are dozens, maybe tools to solve this problem on the market, but only 3 provides proper quality. Only 3 from these dozens. It's a photo, but it is only cloud-based service. So users have to pay for processing every photo, and this is annoying. And these users come to us because we don't charge them. We pay. We sell them 1 license, and they can process every photo they want. And also, Retouch for me is a Russian solution. I don't want to advertise them. I don't want to comment.
Thank you.
So can I ask a question? It's a little bit about the math. So you sell 1 license potentially for $200 for a lifetime, unlimited processing of how many ever they want. Are you ever going to hit a point where you actually have problems with back-end processing? And part of actually what I am getting to in the question is like $200 lifetime too low. Like if you look at what you're doing, and if you are successful and you get 1 million people to sign up at $200,000 for the rest of their lives for every photo they want to do, are you ever going to hit a point in your back-end processing where the math is not going to work?
Firstly, I want to mention that we don't do any back-end processing. All processing is just on device. We don't pay for processing every photo. Users do it on their own laptops, the first point. And the second point is this lifetime license is only like an invite for our platform for a future usage, because high retention, people use this product every week, professionals, and this is a big field for additional services selling on this platform.
Okay, one of the things that you want to put in your pitch then is that professionals love our services because it makes you like actually get professional testimonials out there talking about how, you know, it enhances, cleans up. Get that kind of thing into your pitch.
Sure, we have strong London powers. I mentioned on presentation, but unfortunately I have no time to speak about it.
I understand. No, very good. Thank you. This was really interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, we are done. Thank you so much. Дякую, дякую. В мене вже є, тримайте. Да. Ну, друзі, ми це зробили.
Well done, we did it. Let's give a round of applause, Sophia, to all of you. Now the jury is going to discuss.
To allocate that huge sum of money. Anyway, all the money and resources are important. Thank you so much for your contribution. So we're waiting for the results. While, а тепер будемо чесними.
Meanwhile, let's be honest, what do we need? We need your money. So let's please everyone, all of our super successful, incredible entrepreneurs, please come over here. You're all invited here. Let's give them a round of applause. So we're going to be doing the auction with this incredible slots. There are 10 of them. And it's a unique opportunity. It's a unique opportunity only now, only for you today. But please join in this auction with the Leo links. And this is our last part. Then there will be humor and drinks and happiness. So thanks a lot, Natalia. Turn on the microphone. Please everyone, take your drinks, take your food and come over here to us. So we will be now donating. So there is a statistics that one person who works in the tech sector donates minimum $230. So if some of you have not yet donated somewhat this month, you have a chance to donate. And now there will be auction. The money from this auction will go to 3 organizations who we will support. So we have great lots here, and I need some description for them. So, and our judges to also please participate in the auction. We really want your participation. And here's the description of the lots. Are we going to tell them all the lots? Yeah, let's tell them all the lots so that they know what to do. Fair enough. So there are 10 lots. The first lot from a whole founding company, 10 United, from the company Roosh, and it's exclusive plate with collaboration with Gunya. So such artifacts are going to cost thousands on eBay. Hurry up. There's an important thing, and it's a plate from Gunya with a unicorn inside. Here, let's see the first lot. It's over here. So the next lot is from Superhumans. Still pretty. The first trinket with King Vladimir. They're produced by Alexander Zhikovotikov. Well, it speaks for itself. The next lot from Glovo. And it's the meeting with Sasha and Misha, co-founders of Glovo. As soon as they are in Kiev, we meet with them physically, or when you are in Barcelona. It's a wonderful place to visit. Our next lot from Megabot, it access to any closed view on Megapod, Megago. Megago is an international service founded in Kiev 13 years ago. So here's potential. So it's about the best cream of the creme de la creme. We'll get to the premiere and you can select any film. So next lot from Panini, and there are two tickets for Dorofeeva with the backstage.
Я можу йти.
уявіть, що може зупинити двох жінок, які хочуть від вас коштів на
Nothing stops two women who want your money for a good cause. So the slot speaks for itself. Next slot from Monobank. It's a unique plate in collaboration with Gunya project. See, Gunya is also a Ukrainian business. It's an headliner set, so you're standing in the queue. The wait list is very long. You have an opportunity to get it.
Так, наступний від...
Ну давай.
Давай. Секретики? Ні.
So it's too early. Our next lot from Uklon. It's part of the Shahid drone. And also there's this opportunity to win. It's a memory from what's happening, and you'll have this unique artifact from war. We dream to never see it again, but you can buy a piece of it. The next lot is a running club, Namik Run. Brand ambassadors are smiling, and they did a great job, but it's a great community. And a personal invitation from Artem to join in. Next is vinyl disc, which is also Artem. It's Artem with Kibas and with his autograph. The last lot for this set, incredible. Remember, Natalia Krivda, she was speaking today, and this is exclusive lecture on Sofia Cathedral. Exclusive trip on Sofia Cathedral is also among the lots. So, come up with your money.
Почнемо з самого початку. Власне, наш перший лот – це ексклюзивна тарілка в колаборації з Gunya.
Our first lot is exclusive plate with Gunya. Our starting price for this is 5,000 hryvnias. So a plate from Gunya.
Крок. Давайте визначимо. О, конкуренція. Почалося. О май.
So let's agree. The step will be 500 hryvnias.
5,000. 5,500. 6,000.
6,000. 7,000. It's a great plate. No longer for sale. 8,000. 8,500. This is a wealthy person. 9, 10, 500. A unicorn plate.
Лякати. 10, 11.
Ставку підвищуємо 2,000 вверх.
11.
11,000.
Денис, 13.
13.
13. The step 2,000. 15. Other than the plate, there is a mentor session. An II session. $15,000. I would buy, but I can't. $15,000. $15,000 and the mentor session. 20,000. So 5 now, step.
23. Є!
23,000. So 20,000, come over here.
До наступних лотів. І так, наш наступний.
So our next lot from Superhumans is a trinket. If you want to invest in creativity, we'll start with 5,000. $500? No, 1,000. Seven. So once 8. Nine. 10. We need more. So who wants to give 12?
15 тисяч, Віра. Нормально крок. Тепер у нас...
Now there can only be a step of 10,000, so 20 for Trinket Superhumans. And it's a unique thing that is going for a very good cause for reintegration of veterans. Here's 20. Step 2,000 if you want to give 22,000. $22,000.
Раз. 22 тисячі, два. 22 тисячі, є!
25. 25.
Скільки?
30.
30?
30 тисяч.
30,000. 30,000. Let's applaud. I like you. That's a nice atmosphere. So do we leave it at 30? Or raise it? 33,000 goes once. 33,000 goes twice. What? 35,000. 35,000 goes once. 35,000 goes twice. Who can give 40? But this is superhumans, right? So what? 40. We have 40,000. Applause. Wonderful result. 40,000 goes once, twice, 45,000. Oh, wow. I don't even know what to do with it. 45,000 goes once, 45,000 goes twice. 47,000. 47,000 goes once, 47,000 goes 50,000. Can we give, 70,000? You will wear it for 1 week, and Elvira for the rest. Okay, 50,000 goes once, 50,000 goes twice. 50,000 sold. What is your name? Tell us your name. Yes, Serhi. Thank you for your contribution. Please go donate and get your lot. Let's go to the next lot. I'm fond of it. Our strategic council didn't buy anything. I understand that you're paying for all this celebration, but still, anyway, we know that your generosity is without limits, especially when it's for a good cause. Our next, so superhumans who got the plate. Glovo. The Glovo, the meeting for coffee meeting in Barcelona or Kiev. Sasha and Misho speak about business life, about taxes. Yes. You can become global courier for one day together with Sasha. That's their corporate practice. Taras is from Glovo here. Taras, how often did you practice to be the courier? So, at least, so 5,000 hryvnias in total for the meeting, 6,000. Okay, let's have a race by 2,000, 8,000. Who can give 8,000? Barcelona, Alexei, 10,000. 10,000 for the meeting with Sasha Misho. Come on, 12,000. Now, 17,000. How much? Tell us. 20. We hear 20. 22. Okay, next is 27,000. 27,000. Are there those who can give 20 with for the meeting with Sasha Misho? Sasha is such, he has a very nice sense of humor. You can have some wine with him. We can agree to have dinner actually for 30,000. For 30,000 you can have dinner, not just coffee, with Sasha Misho. 30,000. Doesn't anyone have 30,000? Are you kidding us? Come on, friends. This is invaluable experience. 30,000. 30,000 for the meeting with the Sasha Misho. Dinner once. 30,000 for the meeting with Sasha Misho goes twice. 30,000 for the meeting with Sasha Misho is sold. Alexei, we're waiting for you next to the stage. Okay, let's continue. Dear friends, I enjoy this dynamic. So access to any close show in MegaGo, any movie night in MegaGo. And it can be different, not just movies, it can be different entertainments. You know, it could be not just movies. So do we start with what? 5,000? 5,000. Any closed movie night where can only go the influencers, you know. So the closed movie night or show night. 5,000 for the closed show. We will be there, or you can pay for us not to be there. Pay 6,000 and we won't be there. No, that's only with 10,000. Wait. Don't rush it. No, it means you go to a big cinema room where you can speak with the director, with the actors, with some costumes. And for example, last year they have presented The House of the Dragon from HBO. Just imagine what kind of party it was. By the way, actors of these films were also there. They wouldn't arrive. Maybe this will change this year. So, and the celebrities, all the Ukrainian celebrities. It's impossible to refuse something like this. 7,000 for a closed show. MegaGo show night. 7,000 once. Come on, 8,000. I see someone's hand. I see a hand. 10,000? 9 or 10? 9. 10,000 goes once. 10,000 goes twice. Doesn't anyone want to say 11,000? Don't you wait? Aren't you looking forward to some premieres, movie nights, or whatever? 11,000 goes once. 11,000 goes twice. 11,000 sold. Sold. Thank you. Okay. And the next I'm reminding you that our Strategic Council still didn't buy anything. Strategic Council, dear Strategic Council, you still didn't buy anything. I am encouraging you to buy something. It will bring you luck, health, and many years of life. Okay, our next lot is the lot that doesn't even need to be announced. It's a photo that can speak on its behalf. These are 2 tickets for the concert of Dorofeeva and the possibility to take a photograph with her. The capitalization of this event is invaluable. So we start with 5,000. I hear 10,000. It's not, wait. You also have a chance to talk about business with the most successful producer. Is that another lot? No, we're adding. No, that's already at least 20,000. So we have 10. Who gives 15? 15,000. Can you explain the lot? I want to explain that it's not just 2 tickets to the concert. That's a full access behind the scenes to see how the singer is preparing. It's backstage experience. And these are 2 tickets. And for example, you want to ask out some girl and take her there, or maybe children who love Dorofeeva. By the way, there's also the vinyl record there. So this will be very interesting. I know that the IT community is fond of Dorofeeva. Oh, I see. 30,000. It can be even 40,000. Alexei and your colleague, you will go together. We understand. So let's maybe divide it half and half then. 40,000. 1 ticket for 40,000 and another ticket for 40,000. No, they're buying separately. Okay. So what is the rate? Alexei, how much? 30? Alexei? Okay, 2 tickets, 30,000 each. Two tickets for 30,000. 35? No, one 35,000, another one, second one 30,000. So we hear 50,000, Nazar says. Who wants backstage? That's best, party. 50,000. Please remember. Do you remember what Monobank did? Do you remember what happened to the previous time when I'm sure that we have such people here who can pay even 1 million. 55. I hear 55. Alexei says 50. Nazar, the rate is 55. 60. 60,000. Nazar, 60. Okay, wonderful. We hear 65,000. The rate goes higher. Next step is 10,000. So 75,000. Who will give 75,000 for? We raise it by 10. Calm down. You can afford it. Please don't. Come on. Your software is installed in every computer almost. So 75,000. Also the vinyl record. I'm reminding you that this money will be spent on charity. The 3 fundraising that we are collecting. So 75,000. Who gives 75,000? 75,000. We are collecting for superhumans, for combat medics, and Nazar gives 75. I hear 80,000. Oh my God. Alexei, I hear Nazar is given 100,000. Who can give more than Nazar? And we will show in social media who won it. So if you want it with the mark, it's going to be 110,000. 120,000, Nazar. Yes, 120,000. If you want 5.3 million of followers, if Nadia can mark you on her social media feed. And she will subscribe for you. Who gives 120,000? Each of you gives 100,000. Arthur, you have a fund for culture. Come back to us. Culture fund, 120,000. Will anyone give us 120,000? I repeat, 2 tickets to Dorofeeva concert with the access to backstage, the photo with the celebrity, and the best party, and the vinyl record. 120,000, and the photo of Nadia Dorofeeva. Okay. So, dear friends, come on. So, what do we have now? We have 110,000 from Nazar. People, I have, if you give 120,000 you and 120,000 you, I will give 2 tickets to each of you with the access and the photo. So 120,000 and 120,000. Come on. Come on, come on. I am multiplying here tickets. So do you have 4 tickets? No. They will divide them. Okay, we have 2 lots. Nazar and Alexei, you can go together. You pay 120,000 and you pay 120,000. Okay, let's do it in another way. 110,000 and plus 110,000. I don't like the number 100. Let's have it either 110. We know the Cisco company, that's a wonderful company. And maybe we can ask Ira for more tickets. And then we have 110, 110, and 110, and 3 packages. I'm feeling that this will all be amazing. Come on. Okay, Natalia, I think that we are exercising pressure on them. You are a very convincing woman. So Nazar says 120,000. We don't pressure them, no. You can't go all alone, right? So one more time. So combat medics, the last minute. Everyone gives 100,000 for Nadia. How much? No? So how much, Nazar? 120,000. Nazar said 100,000. He will send you the photo from backstage of his own and say, hey, Harry, there you go. And you didn't agree. And has the concert already begun? Okay, Nazar has bought tickets for 100,000 hryvnias to the concert of Dorofeeva. And the rest will regret about it. Okay. Thank you so much, Irina, for this wonderful slot. Yes, please give it to our winner. And we have to continue. So we have already more lots. So we believe, Nazar, our whole hope is on you. So dear friends, we shall continue here. The tickets will be provided to you. Yes? Who has cats? Who has cats? You have cats. The employees of Monobank, where are you? So an exclusive Mooney plate from Monobank for cats. Who wants it? This is handmade, by the way. And second, this is exclusive. There are only 200 of them. And one of them will be you will have. So we start with 5,000 for a plate. From collaboration of Monobank and Goonie. I would have bought it, but I can't. So the plate, exclusive plate for 5,000. Hey, those in the gallery, do you all have one plate each? So who can give 5,000 for a plate? 5,000 goes one. 6,000. Let's have 10,000. 10,000. Raise the rate. So let's say it's a 5,000 step. The plate for cats. So all money will be for superhumans, combat medics, and to avoid having drones over Kiev. So who has 5,000 to pay for a Gunya plate, exclusive plate? Actually, it does cost much, but this is an exclusive one. 30,000. Okay, 30,000. Okay, that's a good rate. 35,000. Does anyone have 35,000? 30. It's already 30,000. 35,000. Anybody? Monobank plate. 35,000? Yes, yes. Nazar says, let's have 100,000 right away. Okay, 35,000 goes once, 35,000 goes twice. Well, won't anyone give 40? Okay, or 45. So what? What up? 35,000 goes. Hey, Strategic Council, where are you? Okay, I don't know, they're hiding from me. Okay, so 35,000 goes 3. Sold. Sold, thank you. Irina, our next slot from Uklon company, and this is the piece of the shot down Shahed. So we start with 5,000. An important moment, these objects may have your graving, the graving of your company, your name, some message to your lover, mother, grandmother, grandfather, comrade. This is an unbelievable gift, the cartridge case. So we start with 5,000 hryvnias once, 5,000 hryvnias twice. Isn't there anyone?
It's peanuts. Nobody can have 5,000. 5,000 here. First bet is there. 5,000, 6,000. No. I would have bought this. So everyone, not yet. Are there any bets? Only 5,000? Okay. We have 6. She sees great potential in you. 10,000? I've heard someone says 10. So 10 it is then. 10,000. And it's a wonderful object. 10,000. 11. 15. Are you interested? Are you selling or showing? We're selling, so there's a lot. 15. 11,000. Well, 15,000. 15,001. 15,002. And 3 sold, so here's the money for superhumans. And shell. Bullet shell. So next slot is 2 and 1. We decided to join them. They run in running club Nabik Run, which is a closed running club where top companies are part of. The top creative people are there. Who's one of the co-founders, Artem Bardatyuk. And we're also adding, other than the run with Artyom, we also add vinyl, our next vinyl lot. So in business talk with Artyom. So you can't get. So if you don't want to run, you can sit on the bench and talk with Artyom. SUP, it was sold in 35,000. So 5,000 run, consultation, and vinyl. 5,001. There you go. 6,000. 10,000. Okay, so 10,000. 9,000. 11 or 12. 17 is the next. 15? Okay, so 17. I'll give 17. 20. Raising the stakes. Smells like money now. So 25, does anyone give 25 for running with Artyom and talk about business live? 25,000. We need 25,000. And then it's gonna be fun. Are you not having fun? $25, okay. 25,001. 27. Sold. 27,000. Sold. Now the vinyl is also there. You won for real intellectuals, and many of you, it's an exclusive lecture in Tzatzikivsky Sobor from Natalia Klirivda. It is within the building, and we start from 5,000. We went into Sofia Cathedral. It's not an excursion, it's not a tour, it's a lecture. You will see Sofia Cathedral from a different point of view. You can go there with your company or family. So 5,000 somebody? 110? Come on. $20,000, okay. 17. 5,000. For excursion with Natalia Krivda. A lecture, it's important. It's an intellectual talk. $5,000, no, Natalia Krivda. A lecture about culture, work your way. You're gonna love that. And it's a great lot. 7,000. Natalia Krivda will tell you within the Sofia Cathedral. You can't buy it. We're looking at those who haven't bought anything. $5,000 hryvnias, your last opportunity to partake in the auction. 5,000 hryvnia for the lecture of Natalia Krivda. We have 7,000. 7,000. Great. So let's reach 10 and call it a day. Okay, we have 10,000. So 10,000. We gotta continue. 10,000 sold. Thank you so much. Or there's more. There's 12. Right, 12. Sorry. 12,000. Here's a lady with 12,000. So 15 or 20,000 and you go together. Julia, 20,000 and you go together, or of course you split it. Who's paying? 20,000 for two of you and you go together. For the lecture excursion. Our participant or community collaboration. Sold, okay. And you go together. I think that's a great company. Thank you for for being so giving. And the last part of our evening is announcing the winners. We need 2 chairs here. Ilya, do you need chairs here? 2 chairs. Let's put 2 chairs here. We have the final part. It's the part where we exhale. Please take your seats. We're going to talk about entrepreneurship and fuck-ups. But first, we need to announce the winners of startup pitching. Who will receive today $1,000 to $3,000? So we are ready to announce the results. Whether are startups who pitched today, let's come over here. You have reserved spaces. Show your tickets here. Sit down. You have places here. So we'll be now announcing the winners. So we are now rewarding the winners while they're looking for our certificates. I want to call here Reblum and Software and Vyshevai. We know that you have several founders. All of your founders here, please. Come out to the stage, please. So you have money. So third place. Third place and a certificate. $1,000 certificate, Vyshevai. Greetings, let's make a picture together. Second space, second place, stop bar, stack box, sorry. Greetings. A certificate for 2000. And it's there, and we are now doing it together with Ukraine Moldova American Enterprise Fund. And these funds is from them, together with Ukrainian Startup Fund. Thanks for the partners. And the first place, your round of applause, drum roll please. Riblon. The money is coming and we are proud of you. So all of these are our union members. Let's give them even bigger round of applause. That's it. Greetings everyone. Thank you so much.
О май, заряджена на
Все,
успіх
дякуємо
фотокартка.
дуже.
Дуже дякуємо вам. Друзі,
Це гроші, це сертифікат просто на стіну повісити, як в серіалі.
так, панове, ще
Якщо
це
це гроші, можна їх витратити.
Звичайно, зараз.
На що, на лот? Ой, панове.
Олена,
Прям-
зараз Олена до вас підійде наш
Неможливо, розумію, сцена, неможливо з неї піти. Так, друзі, трошечки. О Боже, яка музикальна конкуренція. Звукорежисери, ми зрозуміли, у вас дуже класний смак. Супер музика, класна качає, але в нас є спікери.
Ого! Це, блін, круто. Все, зараз Олена.
Потужно, потужно. Так, друзі, зараз я хочу запросити на цю панель людей, які розкажуть нам правила побудови бізнесу, про які не пишуть в підручниках. Для цього на цю сцену запрошую Артема Бородатюка, людину, підприємця, засновника і CEO Netpeak Group. Артема. Разом з ним питання важливе, серйозне буде обговорювати Ілля Філіпов, CEO Едера. Оу май!
Раз. Трішки пояснень.
Let me have a little explanation why this panel discussion was not in public. Nobody saw that there will be this panel discussion because, in fact, we were expecting the most serious people who reached here to get knowledge, not just to hang around and have a great time. For the most, how to build a successful company, not the cliche words, but the tools that work. So thank you, Artem, for agreeing to share some secrets for free. So honestly, I heard a lot of things.
Це те, що ми системно створюємо велику кількість бізнесів, у нас 25 компаній, і ми на потоці запускаємо компанії. Тому у нас багато досвіду, ми там багато інвестуємо, бачимо, як інші роблять. І хочеться, от ми з Іллею просто колись познайомились, в Івано-Франковському, мені здається, у нас була панель по бізнесу, вона дуже гарно зайшла, і ми дуже предметно говорили. Тобто якісь алгоритми, якісь конкретні поради, не якийсь булшіт, знаєте, типу не вода, там, де треба, там щось. Тому зараз спробуємо дуже коротко, але конкретні і приземлені поради, а не якась вода. Тому дякую, що ви залишились. Я знаю, що багато хто з вас, ті, хто дотягнули до цього моменту, це остання вже офіційна частина, потім буде факап-найт, які жарти і все таке. А зараз конкретно говоримо про бізнес. Давай, Ілюха.
Дякую. І так, зараз українському бізнесу особливо складно. Поділись, будь ласка, як наразі приймати рішення, якщо ти керівник українського бізнесу, якщо ти SEO, бо невизначеність неймовірна. Що робити? Як приймати одному рішення?
Маєш на увазі про війну, типу те, що зараз, справді, війна, мобілізація, ракет.
Гетьманцев.
Да. Коротше, я вважаю, що це не буде популярна відповідь, але з того, що я бачу, з того, як працюють наші компанії, SEO потрібно, коли складне рішення, треба зібрати всю команду і зробити голосування. Нам потрібно отримати консенсус всіх членів команди. Тобто всі мають проголосувати. Якщо SEO приймає сам рішення, то він таким чином втикає від відповідальності. Тому що справжня відповідальність – це коли всі прийняли рішення. Тобто коли ти розмазуєш відповідальність по всім, це і є справжня відповідальність. Тому якщо ви в своїх бізнесах приймаєте якесь складне рішення, системно, стратегічно, то ви маєте погодити з кожним членом команди. Ми в Netpeak Group збираємо 1600 людей, всіх, хто у нас працює, і я питаю всіх їх, що вони думають. І вони всі голосують, поки не буде одностайне рішення. Це іноді займає 6 місяців, 7 місяців, але насправді тільки так будується справжня команда, справжній бізнес. Це, не всі зі мною погодять. Дякую, друзі.
Нарешті хоч хтось про це сказав.
Я знаю, що це не популярна думка, але я вже сказав, я говорю вам так, як має працювати бізнес насправді.
Добре, дякую тобі дуже. Тобто розділяй відповідальність і володарюй, так можна сказати.
Так, володарюй відповідальністю, все правильно.
Володарюй, будь ласка, дякую. Багато хто з бізнесменів наразі в Україні втрачає мотивацію. І я знаю, що держава, вона прислухається і чекає від нас поради. Що ти можеш порадити державі, щоб підвищувати мотивацію підприємців в Україні?
Я дуже часто мене питають, я входжу в Раду підтримки підприємців при президенті. Я вважаю, що, це моя особиста думка, я тут скажу від себе. Я вважаю, що є дуже просте рішення для мотивації підприємців, власників бізнесу і взагалі SEO. Треба просто підняти податки в 2, а краще в 3 рази. Пояснюю чому. Зараз дуже легко заробити гроші. Тобто, наприклад, ти підприємець, в тебе якийсь податок. Якщо збільшити податок в 3 рази, то заробити гроші буде складніше. Відповідно, підприємець починає більше працювати, краще працювати і більше старатися, розумієте? Тому я вважаю, що держава, щоб мотивувати підприємців, має підняти податки в 3 рази.
Це супер, це супер. Дякуємо. Дякуємо. Ні, це супер.
Я не буду йти, я відразу говорю, я не йду у політику, не збираюся йти в політику. Я просто готовий радити реально те, що працює. Подивіться в Європі, як в Європі, там податки в середньому 40-50%. А що в нас?
Яка мотивація, якщо ти багатий, ще заробляти гроші?
Ми хочемо, щоб підприємці більше працювали, треба підняти податки, забрати більше для бюджету, грошей буде менше у підприємця, і що він буде працювати? Тому ж бабки потрібні, правильно? Він буде більше працювати. Це ж просто.
Вічний двигун. Виходить. Супер. Дякую дуже, Артеме, за цю чіткість і конкретику. Дякую. Сподіваюся, що нас знімають і держава нарешті прислухається до поради Артема. Дякую. Щодо команди, скажи, будь ласка, які популярні помилки роблять українські менеджери в компаніях, найпопулярніші, топ-3 помилки?
По-перше, я вважаю, що зараз мені не подобається, коли, знаєте, керівник, коли він дає, дає якийсь фідбек, коли він, наприклад, говорить своєму підлеглому, що щось не так в роботі його. Якщо, наприклад, ти наняв джуна, він нічого не вміє, він зробив щось погано, але не можна йому про це говорити. Це не етично, некоректно. Керівник має похвалити його. Похвалити, правильно? Тобто ти зовеш цього джуна і говориш йому, ти не говориш йому, наприклад, він мав зробити дизайн, а намалював тобі щось некрасиво. І ти йому говориш, ти молодець.
Ну, бо не помиляється той, хто не робить.
Тому що він, по-перше, він старався. По-друге, він джун. Ви ж от коли у вас маленьке котеня, маленьке, да? Ви ж не будете його ругати за щось. Він ще маленький, він потім виросте і потім будете вже говорити йому фідбек. А на початку треба хвалити і говорити джуну, що він молодець. І отак триматися десь 2 роки. Після цього, скоріш за все, треба підняти зарплату, правильно хтось говорить, і продовжувати ще десь рік. І потім в середньому джун стає мідлом через 3 роки. Тобто просто чекаємо 3 роки і хвалимо його. Все. Оце головна помилка. Давати негативний фідбек. Я вважаю, що треба замовчувати негативний фідбек і тільки хвалити.
Джун живе 3 роки, виходить. Дякую, Артеме. Це, ну, насправді, я бачу вже по очам, що ви розумієте цінність цієї панелі і розумієте, наскільки, якби...
Давай запитаємо, насправді.
Да.
Друзі, я просто, насправді, не часто реально шерю наш досвід. Підніміть руку, кому корисно ці поради, хто реально бачив практичну приземленість цього. Можна потримайте руку. Добре, ну не всі. Ілля.
Не всі. Ну, тому ми продовжуємо. Це ще не кінець.
Да? Давайте, так. У нас ще 2 години десь.
Стартапи. Стартапи, поговоримо про стартапи обов'язково. Дивіться, ми зараз, як ідера, там працюємо з реформою освіти в Україні, і ми розуміємо, всі пам'ятають це, як оцінки пригнічували у школі. Зараз реформа, нова українська школа, напрямлена на те, щоб менше оцінювати, і щоб оцінки не пригнічували людей, не ставили їм бар'єром і так далі. Тому зараз у стартапах також доволі архаїчним підходом є оцінка вартості компанії. Не треба оцінювати. Скажи, що, на твою думку, сучасні інвестори справді повинні бачити в стартапі, щоб інвестувати туди гроші?
Нещодавно спілкувалися з стратрадою Diia.City United на цю тему, от прямо те ж саме питання, і ми прийшли до того, от багато хто дивиться там на прибуток стартапа, на ревеню стартапа, там, на якісь показники. Ми вважаємо, ну, ти порозумієш про що?
Це просто нонсенс.
Найважливіше – це логотип. Логотип. Ви розумієте про що? Якщо у вас класний дизайн, то це вже, ну, інвестори, будуть черги інвесторів стояти. Тому що от класний неймінг, от дивіться, якщо ви стартапер, що ви робите в першу чергу? Ви збираєте всю команду і вигадуєте назву стартапа. Як можна довше ви маєте там дискутувати, ну, дивіться, Apple, да, яблуко. Ну, оце назва, да, яблуко.
Як човен назвеш, так і попливе.
Тому ця компанія коштує трильйон, тому що яблуко просто, да? Логотип, да, у Nike, сопля така. Ну це ж геніально. І тому такий успіх у Nike. Тому що ви маєте зробити, якщо ви стартапер? Придумати назву і зробити логотип. Бажано витратити на логотип $100 000. Да. І замовити у банди, там, у всіх оцих компаній,
ну, щоб консенсус був серед компаній навіть.
Да.
Декілька.
Я знаю стартапера, один з найкращих стартаперів, кого я знаю, він замовив у 3 компаній логотипи. У банди, у Федерівої, у Diia, і витратив $300 000. Але потім в нього було в 3 рази більше інвесторів. Тому брендінг, а потім через пару місяців ребрендінг. Якщо ви знайшли інвестора, робіть ребрендінг відразу. Ну це з простого, те, що легко примінити.
На поверхні, да. Дякую, Артеме, дуже. Я хотів би запитати, раз це блок стартапи, у нас невеличка панель, бо ці знання, ну, багато коштують, а час – це гроші. Чи є хтось тут зі стартапом діючим? Підніміть руку, будь ласка. Угу. А ну ви, будь ласка. Можна мікрофон молодому чоловіку? Встань, щоб всі тебе бачили. Стартап в Україні зараз стартап в Україні. Неймовірно.
Всім привіт.
Як вас звуть, скажіть, будь ласка?
Арсеній.
Як називається ваш стартап?
Ars Solution.
Це супер. Неймінг супер, да, добре. Скажіть, будь ласка, що у вас під капотом в стартапі? Як це працює?
Зараз мені треба з партнером AI-двигун з Deep Learning Experience і Science-Based дизайном. Ну,
Вау! Нічого собі, давайте поаплодуємо.
Да, це супер.
Оце
Нарешті
я
щось
розумію.
інтелектуальне, не булшіт якийсь.
Так, просто мій партнер більше шарить, тому.
А це дуже добре, що ви розділяєте відповідальність. Це як казав Артем. Це супер. І ну як, успішні ви чи ні?
Ну, звісно.
Наскільки?
Ну, 100 тисяч.
Користувачів вже у вас.
Ні, це НР за місяць.
100 тисяч чого у вас?
НР.
НР? Це з якої планети, друг? Це не
з Азербайджану, так.
Не тревеню маєте на
Так,
увазі?
так.
Ага, добре, 100 тисяч на місяць.
Користувачів у нас 8. 8 користувачів. Ну, в смислі, ну а що?
А що ви їм продаєте?
Кожен платить по 12 тисяч десь.
Ні, дивіться, ми їм продаємо досвід користування нашою апкою, ну тому що ну так от вийшло.
Блін, це неймовірно. Це неймовірно. Дякуємо тобі за пораду. Дякуємо.
Дякую, друзі.
Для всіх стартаперів це супер.
Я, до речі, хочу сказати, от я впевнений, що хлопчик, він успішний, я дуже багато його бачив, тому що от Арсеній, він ходить на івенти. Якщо ви стартапер, вам треба, головний KPI стартапера – це ходити на івенти. Ви маєте бути на всіх івентах. От якщо, наприклад, ви всі прийшли сюди на івент, типу, от навіщо там щось сидіти, там щось працювати, справжній стартапер, він впевнений в собі. І він ходить на івенти, щоб знайти інвестора. От, наприклад, я зараз хочу проінвестувати в Art Solution, якщо чесно. Тому що AI, Deep Learning, NR.
Там design-based human being design.
Да. Да. Я впевнений, там ще екологія замішана якась. Впевнений в цьому.
Ідеально. Дякую, Арсеній, що поділився досвідом побудови справді успішного стартапу з НРом твоїм. Шановні, у нас є час на 2 запитання із зали заради конкретних відповідей. І так, Наталь.
Ні, Наталь. Давайте хтось реально, справжнє питання.
О, да, дякуємо.
А можна там дати мікрофон? Якщо Арсеній його не спер, можете там дати?
Дякую.
Зараз, секунду, мене просять встати.
Та, будь ласка, в нас часу взагалі дофіга.
Завались.
Моє питання. Ви сказали, що це супер-пупер унікальна панель, що більше такого не розкажете. Ну і насправді це правда так і є. Тому скажіть, будь ласка, як ви заробили свій перший мільйон? Тому що більше ніхто не розказує. Да, оце моє питання. Як ви заробили свій перший?
Арсенія чи нас?
Ні, я не питаю. Ajax Solutions, там і так понятно, як вони заробили, просто тому що вони є. Я питаю вас насправді. От є питання до вас.
До мене? Я просто тут нічого не видно.
До вас обох.
Давай, Ілля, ти почнеш.
Дякую.
Я заробив свій перший мільйон напополам з Артемом. Я пропоную Артему розповісти, як у тебе це вдалося.
Я можу сказати.
Я збирав.
Я можу сказати дуже легко. Хочеш, Ілля, реально, чи ти перший? У мене є дуже проста відповідь. Я насправді, я зараз вам дам, давайте без жартів, щось має бути корисним. Перший мільйон, щоб зробити, $2739. Кожен день відкладаєте впродовж року. І наприкінці року у вас буде $1 мільйон. Так от я заробив перший мільйон. Просто, дивіться ще раз, просто відкладаємо $2739.
І Артем їх заробив за 2 роки, а я за рік, тому що забирав у Артема те, що відкладав він.
На жаль, так. Але потім я забрав все у Іллі, і тепер Ілля...
Тут.
Давайте далі питання.
Останнє питання, будь ласка, із залу, і ми завершуємо цю неймовірно корисну панель.
Давайте щось реально таке. Я розумію, що ви соромитесь. Реально. Таких відвертих розмов ще не було. Тому, да.
Одне, останнє.
Люди показують нам.
Ой, це екранна рука.
Мені здається, це Ілон Маск зігу кидає там просто.
З моєї сторони, він нібито протирав екран просто.
Є запитання. Є ж думка, що підприємець, щоб багато заробляти, має багато витрачати. Скільки треба витрачати, щоб заробити $1 мільйон за півроку?
Це з Мінцифри запитання. Є запитання, є думка.
Це питання з податковою, мені здається.
З податковою? А косить під Мінцифру. Є запитання, є думка.
Дивіться, я можу сказати так. Всі ці поради про те, що треба піти в магазин, брендового одягу, наприклад, да, там, де все коштує дуже дорого. І от у вас нема грошей, а ви підприємець, стартапер, чи хочете гроші. Ви йдете, берете кредит у банку, Monobank, наприклад, да, можна швидко взяти кредит, і купуєте найдорожчу реч в якомусь брендовому шопі. Там якось джинси там за $5 000, там. Як називається цей магазин? Господі.
Коротше, береш дорогі...
Вибери з них звідси.
Штани за 40 000 гривень береш.
Я в кредит брав штани, насправді. Самвел, що ти до мене докопався? Коротше, проста порада. Берете кредит в Монобанку, все витрачаєте в спаціо, приходите в спаціо, купуйте найдорожче, ніяких знижок, все купуєте. Да, дякую. Це просто синдром Торетто у мого друга, там не ображайте. Не звертайте увагу. Він постійно говорить різні слова. Так ось, витрачайте ці гроші, і у вас починають гроші самі вас знаходити. І так починав Ілля, насправді.
Да, і закінчив так само. Дякую, як і цю панель. Дуже вам дякую, Артеме, дякую тобі.
Дякуємо. Неймовірно, одна з найцікавіших панелей. Йобаний метамодерн, друзі. Це, звісно, да. Колеги, ми не розходимось, гумор продовжується. Метамодерн теж.
Раз. Дивіться, я вже перезулась, я скоро роздягнуся, візьму спальничок, ляжу тут спадки. От, в мене останнє оголошення на сьогодні. Стартап Реблум, який сьогодні виграв 3000, пожертвував їх, задонатив їх порівну на 3 збори, які у нас є. Давайте їх привітаємо, подякуємо їм. Вони молодці, це дуже круто.
Дуже дякуємо. Дякуємо вам, Андрій.
Дякуємо.
Ви де? Ну, куди? Ні, беріть на пам'ять. Дуже вам дякую за ваш внесок. Це багато значить. Такі стартапи пішли, бачите?
Ні, подякуємо, давайте.
Дякуємо.
Ви круті.
Це ми взяли і віддали.
Так, все.
Це ефект бумерангу виходить, так?
Називається це ефект бумерангу від Реблума. Взяли і віддали. Це, мега круто.
Дякуємо вам.
Тому що в нас є трекшн, так.
Тому що в них є трекшн. Все далі. Пітчинг продовжується і ніяк не закінчиться. Дякуємо вам дуже.
Дякуємо. Друзі, зараз у нас last but not least, остання частина, Fuck Up Night. Власне, вести цю частину я запрошую свого тепер колегу, відомого українського підприємця. Як ми сьогодні дізналися ще, великого гумориста, стратега, методолога підприємницької думки, артиста Ілля Філіпова. Ілля Філіпов з нами. Тут,
добре.
з нами.
Добре. Дивіться, ми перед Fuck Up Night спеціально вам продемонстрували факап. З Артемом, але я сподіваюся, вам сподобалося. Коротше, щоб не забирати ваш час, сьогодні у нас буде декілька історій про факапи. І, напевно, всі у своєму житті переживали певні складні часи або невдалі рішення і тому подібне. І ми зараз хочемо показати, що навіть люди з такими неймовірними досягненнями, у них також є факапи. І найголовніше, що внаслідок цих факапів відбувається, це певний досвід, ретроспектива і робота над помилками. І тому я хочу запросити наших спікерів сюди. Віталій Дятленко, співзасновник «Уклон» та фонду «Незламні». Вітаю вас! Єгор Дем'янков, операційний директор групи діджитал-агентств Netpeak. Денис Сичков, принципал Horizon Capital.
Він пішов, Артема поради.
Зараз він дійде, напевно. Я сподіваюся на це. І Наталя Микольська, я думаю, що ви вже знаєте, хто це така, сьогодні дізналися. Ну що ж, поки до нас доходить Денис Сичков, це наш факап цієї панелі перший, номер 1, що не дійшов панеліст. Це цікаво, цікавий початок. Супер. У мене коротке, невеличке запитання до кожного з вас. Скажіть коротко про роль факапів у вашому житті, бізнесі. Як ви її оцінюєте? Чому це взагалі важливо і не треба цього боятися? Єгор.
Я перший, я думав, що цей. Ну, дивіться, взагалі, за рахунок факапів я вже вважаю, що будується весь прогрес. Не лише лінь є рушієм прогресу, а лише є факапи. Тому що якщо з факапів робити правильні висновки, то потім це допомагає нам робити кращі вчинки, краще розгортати бізнес і не зазнавати тих помилок, які ми зазнавали до цього.
Дякую. Віталій, може щось ти додаси до цього?
Я в першу чергу розробник. Розробка, здебільшого, хто з нею стикається, це баги. Без багів нашого життя немає, і тому, виконуючи, правлячи баги, ми покращуємо наше життя.
Наталю, а ти? Дякую.
Я з мікрофоном, факапи. Я скажу так, те, що я сьогодні зараз на сцені, це трошки факап, бо команда не розрахувала, що в кінці вечора я буду ледве жива. І найсмішніше сьогоднішній вечері з вами на факап-найті будуть мої тапки.
Супер. Супер, кайф. Я пропоную переходити до першої історії про факапи. Якраз почнемо з розробника, як Віталій про себе сказав, і з тих багів, про які ти хочеш розповісти. Можете, будь ласка, вивести презентацію Віталія, і ми чекаємо на твій виступ.
Там буде презентація?
А?
У мене є презентація?
У тебе нема презентації?
Ну, я не готував.
Не готував?
Ні, може ви для мене приготували?
Факап! Добре. Добре. Ну, тоді без презентації, супер, всі дивимось на... Найголовніше ж логотип, він там є, все супер, давай.
Ну, я не знаю, для мене ніхто, мабуть, не приготував. Ну, жарти жартами, але я та людина, яка підтаксовує і від щирої душі каже, що в першу чергу таксі це для душі, а так я займаюся бізнесом. Ось, це насправді правда. Ось, за багато років існування сервісу факапів було досить багато, оскільки я пов'язаний з розробкою, їх прям завжди багато. Хотілося б згадати таких найбільш знакових. Це мені тільки звучить дивно? Чи воно таке є?
А мікрофон нормально звучить чи ні? Ви чуєте нормально? Да? Добре. Бо у мене якось воно пропадає.
В общем, пару історій. Перша з них із розробки. Перед ковідом ми переписували досить величезний шматок функціоналу в уклоні, щоб наші водії краще і швидше змогли знаходити наших клієнтів. Це відбувалось буквально, мабуть, 12-13 місяців. Хто розуміє, з розробкою це було досить дорого, важко, стресово, всі переживали. Ми начебто все порахували, все міряли, стрес-тести, навантаження, все чітко, все начебто працює. Звичайно, це вже в клауді, там автоскейлінг, всі діла, все, що стильно, модно, молодіжно. Ось. І якщо хтось пам'ятає, до ковідні часи це було відомий концерт Дмитра Монатіка. Я особисто Дмитра Монатіка, на жаль, не знаю, і сподіваюся, він не ображається, коли я про це згадую, як це в нас відбувалось, але все насправді було прикольно. Там новий розподіл, все працює, і тут концерт на Олімпійському. Людей досить багато. Вони зібрались, співали, танцювали, чудовий концерт, атмосфера, всім весело. І настає момент, коли всім треба їхати додому. І ми бачимо, що потихеньку, у нас метрики, все класно, автоскейлінги, в нас закінчується, куди скейлити наш продукт. Бо ми, в принципі, погано розрахували, наскільки може бути високий попит. Росте динамічний коефіцієнт, і потихеньку наш модний розподіл просто помирає. Нічого не працює. Можна собі це уявляти як літак без двигунів, який просто летить по вітру, і він не керований, тому що райдери замовляють, а драйвери просто не бачать ці замовлення, бо буквально частина функціоналу, в який ми вклали купу часу і коштів, він взагалі не працює, нічого ми з цим зробити не можемо. Насправді наші райдери не роз'їхались. Тарас Потічний, мені здається, потім подякував, що в них в Балті було все набагато краще, ніж у нас. Вони нормально заробили за той вечір. у нас все було не так прикольно. Ми довго себе збирали в кучу, але з того дня у нас з'явився такий жартівливий термін індекс Монатіка. По Монатіку, хоч він і невеличкий, так, такий, але він нас поклав. З того моменту ми рахуємо наше навантаження в Монатіках, і глобально стратегія, там якийсь океар у нас є, там, тримати хоча б 10 Монатіків. Якщо це день перед 8 березня, то мінімум 12, бо більше людей хоче роз'їхати.
Іра Гороваша є, може вона поміняє вам на індекс Дорофєєвої?
Ну, 120 тисяч треба заплатити.
Аби був лот Монатіка, я б взяв би лот Монатіка, було б цікаво, бо він не знає, що у нас є така історія. Досвід боляче дорого, але тим не менш в уклоні Монатіка люблять. І друга, тим не менш печальна історія, як на мене. Сьогодні п'ятниця, начебто все прикольно, як і сьогодні хтось випив вина, посміялись, поспілкувались. П'ятницю здебільшого після роботи всі очікують приблизно таке, що спокійний вечір, але в нашому продукті п'ятниця – це найбільш жорсткий насправді час, коли всі намагаються одночасно, особливо там дочекатися там комендантської, роз'їхатись додому, але тим не менш. Минулого літа ми пройшли за великі кошти багато сертифікацій, ICO, хто знає, стикався. Все класно, нам видали в рамках медальки, всі сказали класно. Люди у вас сертифіковані, ви всі прокачані, ви всі знаєте, як працювати в стресових ситуаціях, ви знаєте, як там уберегти ваші дані. Позабирали всі доступи. Там, у мене, як співвласника, порізали всім все чудово. Ось. І 18:10 у нас приходить куча алертів, що в нас щось не працює. В паніці всі починають дивитися, що не працює, а в нас нічого нема. У нас є одні алерти про те, що в нас щось не працює. Як виявилось, ми настільки сильно увліклися там, сертифікаціями доступом, що ми там у себе все позабирали, а в девопсів лишилась магічна кнопка. Червона кнопка, да, як зараз ми там боїмося червоної кнопки проти Путіна, там хворої людини, у нас лишилась червона кнопка, точну дію якої жоден з девопсів не знав. Ну, як можете собі представити, якщо існує така кнопка, на яку можна ткнути, і до якої є доступ, її ткнуть. Ця кнопка буквально винесла всю інфраструктуру в нашому сервісі, її стерла. В п'ятницю на початку 7-ї вечора. Я досить агресивно і довго матюкався, поки ми це намагались відновити. Ми на практиці перевірили всі наші disaster recovery плани, все, що ми до цього сертифікувалися, траля-ля. 3 години лежали.
У грошах багато?
Дуже багато, дуже багато в грошах. Але, тим не менш, через такий болючий і дорогий досвід ми ще жорсткіше передивилися наші доступи. І з цікавого, мабуть, через те, що ми там всі були зайняті розбирательством і відновлювали наш продукт, щоб хоч якось жити, і мені більше з болта не дзвонили, не дякували, що в п'ятницю, типу, взагалі шикарний вечір. Ось, на ранок прийшов девопс і сам признався, що він грохнув. Але каже, типу, вчора було реально страшно, тому що ти дуже довго і сильно кричав, і не було зрозуміло, що ти з ким збираєшся зробити. Тим не менш, людина зараз залишилась з нами працювати. Один із найпродуктивніших девопсів, які в нас є. Довелося, мабуть, навіть парочку звільнити, тому що цей став працювати краще за них. Ось, тому вчимося, хоч і боляче, але все є досвід. І нічого страшного в тому, що ми помиляємося. Ось, головне, щоб конкуренти рідше дзвонили і дякували, що ви лежите.
Дякую тобі дуже. Дякую за цей досвід. Є година землі, це коли всю годину люди не вмикають світло. Я пропоную зробити 3 години уклона і не позамовляти болт в отмістку на цю історію. Дуже тобі дякую. І зараз я дивлюсь на технічну команду, там щось відбувається, чи має відбуватися, чи ні?
А все зачиняється.
Все зачиняє. А, вже нема технічної команди. Ну, добре. Добре. Я тоді одразу, щоб не затримувати ваш час, ми перейдемо до наступного спікера. І от у нього вже, я точно знаю, що є презентація.
Мабуть, що так, якщо її скинули. А можна запустити, будь ласка, подивимося,
Єгор.
моя чи не моя?
Нема.
Ти її робив?
Я пішла розбиратися.
Ти просто хочеш піти, залишайся. Ти нас зібрала.
Я пішла свій факап виправляти. У нас факап найт, а народу нема.
Це знаєте, як сьогодні...
Ой, все є.
Да.
Все.
Це як сьогодні мені сказали, що якщо мій виступ йде успішно, то класно, якщо погано, то буде гарна історія для наступного взагалі факап найт. Ось, хочу в першу чергу сказати всім привіт.
Надзвичайна можливість, чудовий день. Дякуємо. Команда Diia.City United, пожалуйста, дякуємо вам і ми вам поаплодуємо. Що ви сидите? Вставайте.
Селфач, тому що в такому
Давайте, я готова.
виживші.
Давайте, зійдіть сюди, йдіть сюди.
Йдіть на цей назад. Да.
Ото все.
Сюди.
Найсмішніші чоловіки цієї кімнати, ось вони.
Давайте.
Де вони? Що, давайте разом сфоткаємося. Юра, я вас бачу, що ви? Вадим. Ходімте. Ходімте, що? Або соромитися, або успішні, друзі. Ви забули? А ми успішні. Вперед. Так, а що, сфоткатись разом, цілий день разом тусували. Ходімте. Я розумію, що це не Ауді, але це набагато краще. Це машина українського підприємницького ринку. А хто фотографує? Давайте я. Окей. Тапки видно, Наталя, все видно. Все бачимо. Дякую вам. Клас. Дякую. Юнайтед. Спільна дія. Дякуємо вам, друзі. Дякуємо. Ми це зробили.